gang violence and other kind of violence.
Get away! I could be at work, at school, in my car, I can still get shot by the police. I can get shot anywhere.
So it is what it is.
What's good, Shadow Realm? It's your boy Jenquavius Jackson, and y'all already know I'm demonetized and shadow banned in this bitch. So if you want to contribute, go to the Cash App, the PayPal, the GoFundMe, or join the Patreon. Also, don't forget to visit the merch store for all your favorite BGZM News 17 gear, including our exclusive Trump is a Blood t-shirt. Go fast before they sell out. They are already flying off the shelves, no cap. And remember, these super gremlins are on demon time.
Yo, what's good, BGZM News 17 family? I'm at the corner of Jesse Jackson and Marcus Garvey, and I got some bad news for you. As you can see, I lost my job. I'm out here living in cardboard boxes outside of boarded up vacant homes. YouTube said I'm done getting money out here in these streets. They even took my funky ass suit. So anything right now would help. So go ahead and hit that Cash App, hit that PayPal, hit that GoFundMe. Hell, cop the merch. Or if you want to make the long-term commitment to the Jenquavius Jackson Fund, join the Patreon so that I can continue to put out top-notch content each and every day. Also, check out the Rumble, where there is absolutely no censorship. Link in the description box below.
Hey, yo, ain't that nigga Jenquavius? Yo, I recognize.
No, that's not me no more.
Hey, yo, run your pocket.
Y'all killing me with this shit.
Do the opposite of Antonio Brown and take
What
all your
more do you want from me?
The original now with in-depth reporting on a topic we've been watching. And as we get towards the end of Black History Month, we're looking at one college teaching the subject in a brand new way, Morehouse College, using virtual reality now to immerse students in key moments from the past, giving them the opportunity to learn Black history in the metaverse. NBC's Zincle Asamoah has more.
Wow. So you have Morehouse College, and they are, boom, sprinting headfirst as one of the first HBCUs to implement metaverse virtual reality learning into their curriculum. What a long and great stride for HBCUs, right? After we have been going through the Ed Reed situation with Bethune-Cookman, you know, I think it's time for the HBCUs to stand up and get a W somewhere. So this could be considered a W. I'm not big on the metaverse. I don't trust Zuckerberg, and you know, that's that. But at the end of the day, these students are learning, you know, and they're getting their history lesson on the metaverse virtual reality device. So I guess we can count this as a Black advancement, right?
Morehouse College is taking virtual learning to a whole new level.
Why teach Black history through virtual reality? Why not use a textbook or the typical means of education?
So immersive virtual reality is a real unique space.
Dr. Messina Morris is the director of this historically Black college's metaverse project.
You can actually go back to that time period and recreate the scene of what happened and bring it to life for most students.
Students in Atlanta, Georgia, now taking the inaugural Introduction to the African Diaspora course.
And I actually have a few questions about this, because wouldn't this rehash some unhealed trauma, as we use that as a excuse for why the communities are so violent, or the communità is so violent rather? Wouldn't this kind of exacerbate the issue when it comes to the trauma, the epigenetics that the communità has faced from the 400 years of enslavement. I mean, I just don't see how this would actually be a net positive if we're going with that narrative.
In the class, we cover a scope from, like, say, the Underground Railroad Museum with the Amistad, all the way to the Civil Rights Movement, Martin Luther King's March on Washington, and also his assassination in 1968.
The class at times witnessing historic and humbling scenes from U.S. history.
And you can see the horrendous, just inhumane conditions.
It's a lot to take in.
I imagine a lot of this content is pretty heavy and sobering for students. How do you walk them through that?
First, I mentally prepare them for the class and saying, no, you're going to be seeing, like, say, slave ship. We're going to be seeing some gore.
I mean, they done seen worse on GTA, so I don't think they're tripping at all about the gore or how violent some of the scenes may appear.
Or if you cannot take it, you can always, there's an exit button on your headset. You can exit out.
And while the course requires emotional depth, practitioners and students say they're glad to dig in.
I never used metaverse or virtual reality before. It just made me realize I'm grateful for where I'm at today and that I was born in this age I can go back in history and just see what people went through.
The course is part of a worldwide VR initiative by Victory XR, a virtual and augmented reality company founded in 2016.
We have close to 70 colleges and universities signed up to either deploy classes in the metaverse or they have purchased licenses to begin exploring and figuring out what model might work for them.
Professors Morris and Hamilton hope more schools will follow suit to give teachers and students the historical knowledge and technical skill to enter the 21st century workforce and world.
At the end of the day, we have got to use the lessons of the past to help make sure that they don't get relived.
A look at Black history.
And I love that. Use the lessons of the past so that they don't get relived, especially the lessons of the recent past.
Through the eyes of the future. Zinclair Samoa, NBC News, Atlanta, Georgia.
Yo, what's good, BGZM News 17 family? I'm at the corner of Jesse Jackson and Marcus Garvey, and I got some bad news for you. As you can see, I lost my job. I'm out here living in cardboard boxes outside of boarded up vacant homes. YouTube said I'm done getting money out here in these streets. They even took my funky ass suit. So anything right now would help. So go ahead and hit that Cash App, hit that PayPal, hit that GoFundMe. Hell, cop the merch. Or if you want to make the long-term commitment to the Jinquavius Jackson Fund, join the Patreon so that I can continue to put out top-notch content each and every day. Also, check out the Rumble, where there is absolutely no censorship. Link in the description box below.
Hey, yo, ain't that nigga Jinquavius? Yo, I recognize.
No, that's not me no more.
Hey, yo, run your pop.
Y'all killing me with this shit.
Do the opposite of Antonio Brown and take
What
over your
more
soul.
do you want from me?
Breaking news in Atlanta. You are looking at the scene of a deadly shooting from our 11 Alive Sky Tracker where police responded. Bobeth Yates joining us now live on Beckwith Street Southwest near the Catholic Center at the Atlanta University Center.
And Bobeth, police are confirming at least one person is dead, one man dead.
That's exactly what police are telling me, that one person has been shot and they're looking for the others. Now, they gave me that update about 5 o'clock right before our last newscast. And what they're telling me is, again, they're canvassing this entire area to try to find witnesses and get more clues as to what led up to this incident. Now, our 11 Alive Sky Tracker flew over the scene at the intersection of Beckwith and Pascal. And you can see crime scene tape completely surrounding the Lighthouse Catholic Center, with police focusing on an area in the parking lot where we spotted broken glass and evidence markers. Now, according to APD, police responded to the calls of shots fired around 1:30, and they found the victim, who had been shot 3 to 4 times here in the parking lot. He was pronounced dead at the scene. And to give you a sense of where the Lighthouse is, it literally is right next to Clark Atlanta student housing. And students told me this incident made them nervous, but police told me this was not a random shooting and students should not fear.
So students should not fear. And let me tell you something. This actually is near Morehouse as well. They mentioned Clark Atlanta, but it's near Morehouse as well. I mean, Clark Atlanta and Morehouse pretty much sit on top of each other. If you've ever been to Atlanta, understand how the HBCUs work. Morehouse is an all-boys school. Spelman is the all-girls school. And they in Clark Atlanta is the mixed school, and they all are pretty much within a throwing distance away from each other.
It appears now our victim appears to be between the age of 20 and 25 years old, black male. We believe this was an incident, possibly an escalating dispute between he and an acquaintance.
Now, police are still again looking for the suspect, and they're asking anyone with details or any information that could help them lead to an arrest. They want you to call Crime Stoppers. That number is 404-577-TIPS. Again, 404-577-TIPS. Sending that back to you in the studio.
Straight out to News Chopper 2, flying over the Atlanta University Center area. In the last 30 minutes, police confirmed a deadly shooting on Beckwith Street. This is pretty close to Clark Atlanta University. And in just the last 10 minutes, Channel 2's Audrey Washington got there live on the scene. Audrey, what have you learned?
Right, I'm the first reporter here on the scene of this breaking news. Atlanta police confirmed with me that this deadly shooting happened sometime before 1:30 this afternoon. I'm going to
1:30 in the afternoon, broad daylight. These super gremlins are on demon time.
Out of the shot and give you a live look at what we can see right now. This is all happening at Pascal Boulevard near Beckwith Street here in Southwest Atlanta. If you look here behind me, you can see a number of Atlanta homicide detectives on scene, as well as Atlanta police officers blocking off this entire area. Now, I want to give you perspective of where this is all happening. We are right in the middle of the AU Center. Clark Atlanta is right across the street. And if you can see right here, you have the Lighthouse here. This is a Catholic center for Catholic students in the area. We're told that that shooting happened right behind the Lighthouse, not inside the Lighthouse. What led up to the shooting, though, is still under investigation. Again, this is still a very fluid situation. We also want to show you what the scene looks like from above with News Chopper 2. You can see this.
And this just goes to show that, unfortunately, a lot of these HBCUs are just not safe. And with the succession of Buckhead from the city of Atlanta, which I hope ultimately goes through, we're going to start to see those surrounding areas become a lot less safe. But hopefully the city of Buckhead will be insulated from the city of Atlanta and the debauchery and the lack of leadership and accountability that is going on within those local politics. That's just the reality of the situation.
Entire area here is blocked off as police continue their investigation. Again, what we know so far, this deadly shooting happened just before 1:30 this afternoon. By the time police arrived on scene, they found one person dead behind the Lighthouse, which is a Catholic building really for young students here in this area. Again, this is happening all in the middle of the AU Center, right across the street from Clark Atlanta University. You have Morehouse College as well as Spelman College right down the street here. So a lot of students walking around. Just
told you. Morehouse, Spelman, Clark Atlanta. This affects everyone. This affects all of those black students who are attending these HBCUs, and they don't have that security. They don't feel secure, because it can go down at any moment. These super gremlins. are on demon time.
Just wondering what's going on. We, though, will remain here on scene and bring you any new developments. Right now, we are live here in Southwest Atlanta with breaking news. Audrey Washington, Channel 2 Action News.
Gang violence and other kind of violence.
Guess what? I could be at work, at school, in my car, I can still get shot by the police. I can get shot anywhere.
So it is what it is.
What's good, Shadow Realm? It's a Black Gen Z mindset. Make sure you go ahead and like, comment, share, subscribe, and let's get into the video. All right, guys. So we have an action-packed video for you today. We are going to be reviewing the whole testimony Fani Willis gave. It's 2 hours long, so this is going to be a really long live stream. She gave a testimony in regards to the fraud that she and Special Prosecutor Nathan Wade have committed in the pursuit of, getting Donald Trump convicted with RICO charges. And I really just want to break down her demeanor and her mindset and to really illustrate to you guys that, and I'm going to say this, and this is the reality, and it's an unfortunate reality, but it's the reality nonetheless. There are many Black women who act just like Fani Willis when confronted with the truth, when cornered with the truth, when they have to face accountability and responsibility. So we're going to break this thing down. Fani Willis is absolutely spiraling out of control right now. And I want to give you guys some context into what's going on. So we're going to look at some of these news clips to kind of brush us up on exactly what is going on and what's her standing as far as the district attorney of Fulton County. And if you guys don't remember, this is the same woman who is prosecuting Young Thug. Okay, so Fani Willis essentially brought up a RICO charge against President Trump for election interference in Georgia. And, that's where the famous mugshot comes from, because he got booked into Fulton County jail. And essentially, this woman is talking all this tough stuff about getting Donald Trump and all this kind of stuff. And then what happens is, obviously, she's being used by the Democrats, and she obviously wanted this as well. Okay. Black women aren't too fond of Donald Trump, even though Joe Biden hasn't done anything for the community, but that's neither here nor there. And Fani Willis, she essentially has committed fraud, because during this case, she hired a special prosecutor, and that special prosecutor is Nathan Wade, a man who is not, he does not have the experience in prosecuting RICOs. I believe this is his first RICO. This man has no prior experience in prosecuting RICOs. He's not qualified. So this is, this could be considered an affirmative action DEI hire, but he's not equipped, for one, with the knowledge, for two, with the experience, the professional experience to prosecute this case. But he got the special prosecutor position because he was piping down Fani Willis. He was fucking her, guys. He was hitting that Fani from the back. He was making booty clapping sounds in the courtroom. No, I'm just kidding. It wasn't in the courtroom, but they're going on lavish trips. He was paid from, the Fulton County taxpayers almost $1 million to the tune of $650,000 by Fulton County. There was also a whistleblower. Who essentially came out, and it was a black woman who came out and spoke against Nathan Wade because he is a corrupt individual. Okay. And when they got grant funding, he was saying how, oh, this is going to be a great opportunity to, you know, buy us some bling, to travel, to get fresh, to buy drip, to put that shit on, as they would say, as Antonio Brown would say. And he did just that, mismanagement of funds. And then when the black female whistleblower came out to Fani Willis, she essentially dismissed her. Okay, so let's actually do just a quick rundown of what is going on. We're gonna do a quick rundown of what's going on, and let me see. I just want to get a quick summary of what all is going on. And I mean, it's not good. Okay. It is not good. But as you can see, the mainstream liberal media is trying their best to protect her. But she has tainted this case. She has tainted this case, and she has denied the realities, and she has also denied the second testimony. So let me see if I can find a fair breakdown of this thing, a quick, fair breakdown of this thing, because, you know, the mainstream media say, oh, well, she just owned Trump. It's like, what? Are we watching the same thing? Are we watching the same thing? It's absolutely ridiculous. Okay, so let's just break this down really quickly, because this was a few weeks ago when the story was just breaking, and they were trying to cape for her the whole time. And this is just going to be a quick breakdown of why she should recuse herself, why she should, in my opinion, this deserves disbarment, because she has committed a felony, a federal crime of fraud in cahoots with Nathan Wade. And the funny thing is, they have a conflicting relationship. Their relationship is very combative. It's very much, you know, a man who is not willing to give commitment, smashing a woman who is seeking the validation of this man. So let's break it down.
Good afternoon, Judge.
When Nathan Wade was selected by Fani Willis as a special prosecutor in Georgia, many lawyers in Cobb County, where Wade practiced law, wondered why him. Yeah, why him? He's inexperienced. I believe he's a personal injury lawyer, has no experience in prosecuting RICOs. He has his own practice, yes, but this case in and of itself just shows how corrupt he is. They both should be disbarred. Shout out to my guy, Ty Sims, with the $5 Cash App. He says, for the work. And then we also have a $3 Cash App from Thomas Shields. So shout out to him as well.
Hold on. Hello? Where we at? Oh, you want to know where I'm at? We outside!
Not only did Willis have the biggest staff of any judicial circuit in Georgia to choose from, but she also had more experienced felony prosecutors to take on the former president and his allies. Former U.S. attorney and one-time federal prosecutor Michael Moore says if the allegations of an improper romantic relationship between Willis and Wade...
So look at that man during a press conference looking at her ass. I mean, and she's not even attractive, but I mean, this just shows that niggas will smash anything for money or position of power. It's absolutely ridiculous.
...are true. It's an unforced error by Willis and challenges the integrity of the case.
Cases are not lost
because of some Matlock moment, some moment like you see in My Cousin Vinny, where suddenly somebody finds the evidence. Cases die by the death of 1,000 cuts. This is a cut on the case.
I was pretty shocked. I was pretty appalled.
Criminal defense attorney Scott Grubman faced off against Wade while representing one-time Trump co-defendant Ken Chesborough. What stood out for Grubman is not the alleged romance between Wade and Willis that's shocking. It's the exhibit in the filing which showed some of Wade's billable hours. So far, Wade has earned more than $650,000 for his work on the case.
Woo! So how does this make sense? How does this make sense? He's getting paid $650,000 for what exactly? And I think his rate is $250 an hour. And there are hella discrepancies in his billing. So that means he's worked 2,600 hours on this case. I doubt that. Impossible. Impossible. That means he went 108 days, full days, working on this case because there's 24 hours in a day. I mean, it's just ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. But this is how much they paid him out. These are taxpayer dollars. This is why I had to leave Atlanta, or Midtown at least, because the corruption, and you know, people love to say, "Oh, Chocolate City, da 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 da, whatever." Bro, I'm gonna tell you right now, I just don't feel comfortable with these people in power. I just don't. Okay? I just don't feel comfortable. All right? It's too much corruption. The money is being lost. It's being misplaced. It's being mismanaged. And this is exactly what the Democrats want. They want to put black faces in control, and inevitably, you know, this enables them to be corrupt. It really does, because whenever a black person is accused of corruption, then they pull the race card, right? So it almost absolves them of corruption because, well, we're not really gonna press charges, or we're not really gonna push it through because it's just gonna, politically, it's gonna look bad. That's exactly why they do that and put these people in power who have no business, you know, serving in the highest courts in our land. It just doesn't make sense.
He's doing things like billing 24 hours in a day.
Why is that weird?
Well, look, attorneys work hard, and technically it is possible to bill 24 hours in a day, of course. I have never met an attorney ever, and I don't think anyone I know has ever met an attorney who has billed 24 hours in a day. And this 24 hours in a day isn't being billed to a private client. It's being billed to the taxpayers of Fulton County.
No doubt the 127-page legal filing from Trump co-defendant and former campaign official Michael Roman has been fodder for gossip, but noticeably missing was any direct evidence of an improper relationship. Bad optics is something Willis has already been reprimanded for once, when she held a political fundraiser for a political rival of one of the case's co-defendants.
I don't know that it's an actual conflict. It's a what are you thinking moment. The optics are horrific.
Persecution, not prosecution, is a theme the former president has tried to get to stick in all of his cases.
This is a political witch hunt.
After allegations of the Willis-Wade romance surfaced, Trump again seized at the chance to appeal himself as the victim of a witch hunt.
And wonderful defense attorneys,
Which is true, very true. I mean, they are throwing everything but the kitchen sink at President Trump. He just got ordered to pay $350 million. Absolutely ridiculous in the mortgage fraud case in New York, which is a complete miscarriage of justice. They're trying to say he over-evaluated his properties in Mar-a-Lago. And I think the judge was trying to say his property is only worth $18 million. I mean, come on, guys. I'm in real estate. I know how to value properties. Everybody knows that, you know, it's just not the case, right? So shout out to Hot Black Desiato with the $10 super chat. He says, Fani testimony was one of the most hood things I've ever heard. Glad to see you cover this in depth.
Hold on. Hello? Where we at? Oh, you want to know where I'm at? We outside!
Absolutely, man. You guys already know that I'm going after it. I'm going for the gusto. And we're not finna let these ratchet ass thought district attorneys, woke ass district attorneys get the upper hand. We're not. We're going to continue to expose it. And we are going to help with the vindication process of President Trump, not only in the public eye, but in the legal system as well, because he has absolutely done nothing wrong. If anything, he's done the greatest things for this country. All right. Or attempted to. But the Democrats are trying to attack him and taint the election with all of these, different tactics that they're using to bring him down. So it's absolutely disgusting. And we're going to really break down Fani Willis and her angry disposition and her attitude and her vindictiveness and her, it's just the ratchetness. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Them that are left in this case, I could absolutely guarantee you they're going to avail themselves of that.
I'd tell her to get out of the case. I really think that this type of case with these allegations, this case is bigger than any one prosecutor. And I think probably to preserve the case and to show that what's of most importance to her is the facts of the Trump case, as opposed to her political career, if you will, at this moment.
If the world wasn't already watching Fani Willis's every move, they likely are now.
Everyone that we've spoken to in the legal community says if these allegations are true, the optics are just horrible. When Fani Willis leveled this indictment against the former president, the expectation of those around her, Anderson, was that she would be flawless in her prosecution, or at the very least, not make unforced errors like this if they are true.
Yep. And she actually ran on a no corruption campaign. She has actually said in previous interviews that she was going to overhaul the district attorney's office in Fulton County, and she wasn't going to allow corruption in her office and all this other stuff. But then she can't even control her fast ass or fast Fanny. Okay. It's absolutely ridiculous. But she's completely going against what she supposedly stood for. It's just wild. Okay. And we're gonna let's see. We might as well just get right into it. Everybody's caught up. Everybody's up to date. Unless y'all want some more prefacing, I think we're pretty much good to go. So let's see. All right. So let's get into this. It's absolutely wild.
District Attorney Fani, Fani. Last name is Willis.
Ms. Willis, how did you know to come into the courtroom right then?
There were people I was pacing in my office.
Okay.
And I heard someone yell, "His testimony is done." It only made sense to me that I would be your next witness. And I've been very anxious to have this conversation with you. So I ran to the courtroom.
So already coming with the attitude. Y'all hear that? She's very anxious. Girl, you are about to get exposed. You are about to get exposed. Guys, I can't control the volume. I can't control the volume on this MSNBC report, but I'll try my best to relate what is going on. But yeah, let's keep going.
So as soon as you heard that Mr. Wade was done testifying, that's when you just assumed you would be the next witness?
It only makes sense.
Did you listen to any of the testimony?
I've been in my office pacing, ma'am.
Okay. Did you listen to any of the arguments?
I did hear the arguments this morning. It's ridiculous to me that the you lied on Monday, and yet here we still are. And I did listen to that argument.
All right, so that was it, just the argument, no testimony.
Right, I listened to the argument this morning where Adam Abadi, I thought, did an excellent job pointing out how dishonest you were with the court on Monday. And I'm actually surprised that the hearing continued, but since it did, here I am.
Great. So let's talk about, first, let's just talk about what you did in preparation for today. Did you meet with Mr. Wade at all? Once the motion was filed, did you meet with Mr. Wade and talk to him about the motion?
Okay, so they're trying to make sure that Fani Willis, or, you know, Fani, as the mainstream media likes to call her, it's really just Fani. But they're trying to make sure that she didn't go and meet with Mr. Nathan Wade beforehand in preparation of this testimony so that they could get their story straight. And I'm pretty sure that they have probably discussed this to a certain degree after the motion was filing, or after the motion was filed, before the motion was filed. But I mean, if they didn't discuss it before the motion was filed, then this just is a testament as to why she shouldn't have a law degree. Because how could you not understand this was a conflict of interest? How could you not understand that what you're doing, hiring a person that you're having sex with to prosecute in a major RICO case, is wrong? I just don't understand. But you have the mainstream liberal media who are trying to, you know, basically remove blame or accountability from her.
I filed to disqualify you.
On January, this first January motion?
Yes.
I don't know if you could say talked about. I probably had some choice words about some of the things that you said that were dishonest within this motion. So I don't know that it was a conversation. As you know, Mr. Wade is a Southern gentleman. Me, not so much.
So she's already taken shots at him. And you could tell she feels some type of way about Nathan Wade. It's almost a love-hate relationship. And this is how a lot of Black women, you know, this is how a lot of them proceed in relationships. This is just the facts. Nathan Wade is, although he is an attorney, right? He's quote unquote educated. He still is moving like a Pookie and Ray Ray, right? Fucking your boss, essentially. Fucking the DA, leaving your wife to smash the DA. He's moving like a Pookie and Ray Ray. And she's in a relationship with this man. They're in a situationship. He has not committed to her at all. He's just having sex with her. Left his wife in order to run this play, which this is pretty much a money play. And he knew to seal the deal, he had to be smashing Fani Willis. Otherwise, why would she hire him? Right? Why would she hire him? So he knew, man, to really seal the deal and get this job as special prosecutor, I need to be fucking this bitch, because it just doesn't make sense to hire a guy like me, Nathan Wade. So she's smashing this guy, no commitment, and she believes that she has the leverage in the relationship, right? She believes that she has the relationship or the leverage in this relationship. But in all actuality, she doesn't. It really doesn't matter if she is the DA. He has his own practice. You know, I don't know what the DA's salary is, but from the way that he's talking, he's making more money than her. And obviously, if she's paying him almost $1 million, either he convinced her that he's worth that, or they're both in cahoots.
Okay, but my question was, did you have a conversation with him?
I didn't have a substantive conversation.
You did not.
I read this motion, skimmed it more up so, and I've probably said some choice things to him about some of the lies they were told.
Okay.
And then printed in the media, because, you know, we used to be in a day and time where you had 60 Minutes and people did stories and they verified information, and you had this great reporting. But it seems today that a lawyer writes a lie and then it's printed for all of the world to see.
So where is the lie? That's what I'm trying to figure out. What lie is she talking about? Is she talking about something Nathan Wade said? Or is she talking about what is in the news media, which we have verified that she indeed was having an affair with this man. This man was having an affair on his wife. She was having sex with a married man, which is immoral, right? But she is trying to hold herself as a moral authority. Even though we saw the clip where she went into that black church and basically admits that she was having sex with Nathan Wade and she made mistakes. And from her perspective, and I quote, she said, Black women should have the ability to make mistakes. And I actually might break that one down too, because it's an interesting speech, because she's trying to lie to the people, and especially Black people who are extremely gullible, especially these Black women out here. And you got pastors and preachers laying hands on her and all this stuff. It's absolutely disgusting, in my opinion. And this is how the Black church has failed the Black community in upholding corrupt district attorneys, corrupt people who don't serve our best interests, who make us look horrible. This woman is making all Black women look horrible. And the worst part about it, guys, you want to know the worst part about it? Oh, sorry. Hold on. Bro, Black women are defending this. They really think she's innocent and she's being unfairly treated. That is the worst part. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous, bro. Just let me take you guys to the Shade Room comment section really quick. These women genuinely are like, ooh, she told them off. She ain't playing. Oh my God. Oh, who gonna check me, dog? It's literally like the Black community is completely. I mean, we're cooked, honestly. So let's watch this clip. It's part of the Fani Willis thing, and maybe I'll see if I can, in the meantime, find a better full testimony that with better audio. But yeah, let's watch this clip really quickly. It's absolutely ridiculous, and Black women are defending her in this case. It's horrible, bro. It's horrible. It's embarrassing.
Ever pay him anything other than cash?
I've only given him cash a few times in the course of what we're talking about.
So you never
would go to dinner.
Let her finish her answers.
If we would go to dinner, I wouldn't give him cash because he paid for dinner or I paid for dinner. I've given him cash only a few times in life, probably 4. Probably the most money I've ever handed him is $2,500. The least amount of money I've handed him, probably between $500 and $1,000.
What the fuck?
You never wrote him a check?
Ma'am, I don't have checks.
So she's acting like it was a crazy question to ask. Have you ever wrote a check to Nathan Wade? How is that? Oh, ma'am, I don't have checks. Like, what? You don't have a checkbook? You're a professional Black woman who's serving at the highest court in Fulton County, and you don't have a checkbook? Bruh, this shit is crazy.
Ever pay him anything other than cash?
I've only given him cash a few times in the course of what we're talking about. So if we would go to dinner,
Let her finish her answers.
if we would go to dinner, I wouldn't give him cash because he paid for dinner or I paid for dinner. I've given him cash only a few times in life, probably 4. Probably the most money I've ever handed him is $2,500. The least amount of money I've handed him, probably between $500 and $1,000.
2,500 and 1,000.
I object to you getting records. You've been intrusive into people's personal lives. You're confused. You think I'm on trial. These people are on trial for trying to steal an election in 2020. I'm not on trial, no matter how hard you try to put me on trial.
You're about to be on trial. Shout out to Laura Bailey with the $5 super trap. She says, "Sold they souls, great show, Gen Z. Hey to Miss Berry, hot black."
Oh, say like
Yes, I appreciate your contribution, Miss Bailey. And Yeah, man, these people, they're completely corrupt. It's actually embarrassing. She's making black women look bad. And there was actually people in her office who were holding her accountable, and she brushed them off.
So my question was, do you have any problem?
I object to getting any personal records of mine.
We're not dealing with privilege through a witness.
And I'm not, no, I'm not dealing with privilege. What we had offered to put them in camera for the court to review. And I just want to know if she has any
That's not
problem.
something you deal with a witness.
No, look.
Where, when did he come to, I guess the condo, I'm not sure what you called it, condo apartment. Would he come and stay at that condo or visit you there? I'm sorry, visit you there.
What condo, what apartment? I want to be clear.
So not your house. I know you classified one as house and one as condo. So I'm trying to use those terms.
So there's been more see, what you don't understand is because of this case, I got to move. And so I
Ms.
need
Merchant, if you could ask a more precise question.
yes, please give me the time period. that we're
Mr.
talking
Wade visits you at the place you laid your head.
about. When?
Has he ever visited you at the place you laid your head?
So let's be clear.
Where, when
So she's trying to say, oh, he's never been to my home, but she obviously has multiple properties that she's dealing with. And she's trying to use plausible deniability to get out of this question.
Let's be clear because you lied in this. Let me tell you which one you lied in. Right here. I think you lied right here. No. This is the truth, Judge. And it is a lie. It is a lie.
Well,
You see.
Mr. Sena, thank you. We're going to take 5 minutes. Be back in 5.
I don't see why they didn't treat her as a
ever
hostile
pay him
witness.
anything other than cash?
And black women think that she's innocent. They genuinely do, bro. And there's some simp black men as well. Here's one comment. If I'm not one of your little friends was a person, somebody says she's a whole lawyer. I'm confused as to why y'all expect her not to defend herself and make her case. Don't back down, queen. Okay. She is not for the bullshit, and I live for it. Be concise in what you're asking me or don't speak. The auntie, even your mama don't play with. I don't know what type of business she's standing on, but she's still standing. Fani standing on business. This is one black woman that's outspoken and articulate. They can't bully or intimidate her on the stand. How the fuck is she articulate? She sounds like any other ratchet bitch. She's not angry. She's assertive. Don't come to her with no bullshit. Bro. This is why I say the community is cooked. Cooked. I'm loving the lean in the chair and the index finger mustache. So she talking about this. It's giving, if you think I'm here to play, God damn it, I'm not. The Ronnie O'Neal. Which that guy was an animal. He was a monster. And to compare her to Ronnie O'Neal is absolutely ridiculous. A man who attempted to kill his son, killed his baby mama. This was a monster who defended himself in court. Guys, these are the people who we uphold. These are the people who we are uplifting. Shout out to Roderick Dubose with the $10 Cash App. He says, for the smartest young brother in cyberspace.
Hold on. Hello? Where we at? Oh, you want to know where I'm at? We outside!
Well, I appreciate that. My friend, Roderick Dubose, very loyal supporter to the BGZM movement. This one coming from a black woman named Raquel. Okay, as you guys can see. Talking about who gonna check me? Nah, stop. She's an educated woman answering questions properly. Don't start the angry black woman narrative. But that is indeed exactly what she is and how she is presenting herself and how she is perpetuating this stereotype. She giving them a run for their money. Bro, I just don't understand how black people are so delusional about this. She's having sex with the special prosecutor that she hired to prosecute a RICO case, and the man has never prosecuted a RICO case before, and she's paying him under the table. He's billing. This is what Nathan Wade's doing. If you ever worked a job, y'all, if you ever worked a job and you clock in, right? You clock in, you clock out. Well, back in the day, especially in restaurant jobs, you could clock in and then you could get one of your homeboys, hey, bro, just clock me out 2 hours after the shift. You know what I'm saying? I know niggas who used to do that. Hey, bro, just clock me out 2 hours after. So you get a little extra money, a couple, and the boss would never know until he's really taking a hard, strong look at the books and then corresponding that with the cameras. And then people started getting fired, you know. But for a long time, that what was going on in the restaurant business. And, you know, when I was working at Steak and Shake in high school, that's what a lot of the people were doing. You know, our manager, Jason, he was hiring a lot of ex-cons. He was hiring a lot of, you know, ex-felons, and they knew the game and they played it up, and they would steal time and you know, overestimate, you know, report their hours worked. And that's exactly what Nathan Wade is doing. Billing a 24-hour period is absolutely insane. Some other black woman says, I don't know, y'all. She ain't going down without a fight. Y'all might got the right one today. And this is what black women say. You got the right one. You got the right one, honey. That's what they say when they feel like they are in a corner, trapped in a corner, and they think that they're going to be able to overcome and trump the accountability. Another black woman, she did so good. They did not prove anything based on her testimony, period. Well, actually, they did prove something because one of her best friends actually came out and testified against her. So it's proof that she did lie about their relationship and when it started, because one of her best friends actually came out and said that it started in 2019. And Fani Willis said that it started in 2022, I believe. Simp blackmail. Woman, black, educated, triple threat with a brown heart. Bro, this is what black people think about Fani Willis's corruption, fraud, and misconduct. Another black woman. I don't care y'all like her or not. I'm here for an educated black woman handling her own so eloquently in a room full of white. And YT is how black people say white online. I mean, a lot of y'all people couldn't do this with the anxiety alone. This lady is serving straight face and means business. So serving face, you know, translated from Ebonics means that she is, you know, obviously she's what this woman describes as beautiful, I guess. Serving face. She put on her makeup well today. Okay, that's the Urban Dictionary translation. It's over, bruh. It's over. And people are trying to tell her, hey, you know, this woman, look, this guy says, you don't even know what's going on. You just see a black woman with it in attitude, articulate her attitude. Man, she's a black woman standing on business. She a romantic. Fling with your employee and use your tax-paying dollars to fund her romantic, get seats and pay him extra in salary, and then had an underqualified employee try a case. But because she's snapping back and giving attitude with vocabulary, she a black woman standing on business. It don't matter if we guilty or not, just as long as you black with an attitude and know how to use words, you standing on business. Exactly. So this is a what appears to be a black man, Damon Evans, the only competent voice in these comments. So when y'all like to say, black people ain't standing up for the wrong thing. Black people, we're on the right side of things. We're on the right side of history. We're not for corruption. Just go to the comment section. That just gives you a pulse of how black people think about this total slap in the face. And I'm a guy who is in Atlanta. This is a slap in the face. Shout out the product of Cook County, on break at work, just catching some of the stream before I finish the day. Hopefully you're still on once I'm done.
Hold on. Hello? Where we at? Oh, you want to know where I'm at? We outside!
So someone says, y'all realize she's a lawyer. She's doing what is natural to her in that setting. A lawyer is going lawyer on the witness stand. She's not angry. She's being assertive. Ma'am, I don't have checks. Like she said, she's not on trial. Trump is, but of course they have to try to discredit her because they know he's guilty. Guilty of what? If only they question white men in the same fashion. Are you serious? The wink told me everything I need to know. She ain't with the shits. Bro, I'm losing brain cells reading these comments. The community is completely cooked. There is no saving the community at this point, especially when we can't even hold these corrupt people who ran on anti-corruption campaign accountable.
Some of the lies they were told. Okay. And then printed in the media because, you know, we used to be in a date and time where you had 60 Minutes and people did stories and they verified information and you had this great reporting. But it seems today that
she's saying that 60 Minutes is the pinnacle of journalism. Ma'am, we're in 2024. At this point, you're absolutely wrong.
a lawyer writes a lie and then it's printed for all of the world to see.
Well, I just want to make sure that you answer the question I asked, though. So my question was.
Overruled, Mr. Abadi.
I told you what happened. I read the motion. I am sure I told him what my opinion of it is. Okay. And past that, we had no substantive conversation.
You did not.
Okay. Is it something you didn't understand?
No, I just wanted to make sure that okay. You did not have a meeting with him in the conference room to discuss the motion.
Next question,
No.
Ms. Merchant.
So in the conference room of my office within this week, you produced some financial document. That financial document was given to me, something, and I'm not even sure it was given it to him by me or Mr. Abadi gave it to me.
And also, just understand that she is being this hostile because she hates that she is being questioned by a white woman who she views as lesser than her. Let that sit in. She hates that she is being confronted and held accountable by a white woman who she believes is a lesser attorney. She's a district attorney, and this is just some attorney who is, cross-examining her. And for one, also, I want to point out that the judge really softballed this one, man. The judge really softballed this one. He let her go on and say whatever the fuck she wanted to say. And I mean, it's just an embarrassing testimony for her. This is why she refused to testify the second day, because she knew she looked bad. Even if she goes to the shade room comments and you have all these black women, backing her and taking her side, she knew she looked bad. And she knew, that her actions were not appropriate in the court of law. And if anybody who she was prosecuting acted like this, she would have treated them as a hostile witness.
And I think he showed me a document in our conference room. But as far as a substantive conversation, I don't believe I've had any conversation with him that is substantive related to this. Okay. I have had conversations with him since you filed the motion, but they wouldn't be substantive to this. He sent me very nice sermons that have been done. And so we've had conversations about, did you listen to that sermon? Things of that nature.
So she's claiming that he's sending her sermons and it's absolutely crazy. If you think Nathan Wade, a man who had an affair, and is also defrauding the city of Atlanta and specifically Fulton County, is a God-fearing man, you got another thing coming. Black people think that they can hide behind the guise of church. And, it vindicates us of our wrongdoings. And I'm here to tell you that that's not the case. This is her speech in the church that we're pulling up. I got a lot of content. I mean, it's what this woman is doing is absolutely insane.
I have some notes here, and at some points I'll go to them, and at some points
And listen how sheepish. I mean, we It's just so embarrassing. We are the most gullible people of all time. I have some notes here, but I may or may not go to them. All right, preach that, honey, preach that. The crowd in the black churches, Lord. This is why black men have stopped going to church, because all they're going to do is back these black women who, this woman literally had an affair with a married man, and the church, the congregation, preach that, sister. Bro, what happened to women ain't supposed to be preaching in the church? Yeah, I mean, it's so crazy.
Just stray from them. But I hope y'all will be patient with me. The bishop told me I am welcome to be myself.
Amen. I'm welcome to be myself. I'm welcome to be ratchet. Translation.
In this very historic house of God. How many of y'all know that's what Bethel means? House of God. There is literally no place in the world I'd rather be than right here with you today. God always brings you to that safe place where you need to be. And so the invitation.
You hear the buzzwords, the safe place, safe space.
To come where God's message is taught, adhered to, and celebrated is my honor. I want to acknowledge and humbly thank, first of all, my Savior, Lord Jesus Christ.
We ain't gonna do that. Don't bring Christ into this, because you know you are not living Christ-like. And you have black people applauding this debauchery.
But also his humble servants, Bishop Jackson, Supervisor Christy Davis Jackson, Presiding Elder Hudson, Reverend Dr. John Foster, Sister Mary Ann Foster, and Chairperson Carla Morrison, who told me to invite the Seal Good.
So she said, no matter what the media is saying about her, no matter the fact that she had an affair with a married man, no matter the fact that she is defrauding this whole congregation, as a matter of fact, because these are Fulton County tax-paying people, no matter that she has defrauded the city of Atlanta, she's still welcome to come to the black church, honey. Yes. And preach the truth in a safe space for black women. In Jesus' name. It's absolutely ridiculous.
I hope for y'all this week, I don't look like what I've been through. I want y'all to know I pulled out
What I've been through? You mean what you put yourself through?
my most lavish $29.99 dress from Ross.
So she trying to act like she broke. I pulled out my most. She's trying to appeal to the black community. She's insulting our intelligence and our pockets. Well, how are y'all not seeing this? I pulled out my best $29.99 dress from Ross. I know everybody in this congregation can afford that. Can I get an amen? Amen. God damn it. We're just... It's a lost cause.
I stand to talk to you this morning. See, that part's funny. That's not God. Now I must warn you, you are looking today, this morning, to hear from a perfect person. Well, he was crucified and he died for your sins.
So there you go. Now, to absolve herself from accountability, I'm not Christ and I'm not perfect. I am not Jesus Christ. If you're looking for a perfect person, he died 2,000 years ago. I mean, it's just fucking ridiculous, man. We fall for the same trap every single time. And not one black man or woman said it from the crowd, hey, didn't you fuck that special prosecutor that you hired to prosecute Trump? Damn. No dissent in this congregation. No questioning. And she's trying to act like she is preaching the word of God. Yeah, Miss Berry makes a great point. She's gathering that jury. Yes, because in Fulton County, that jury is going to be a black jury. You best believe it. And she's trying to get these people on her side so that she still has a case against President Trump. It's not going to work.
But today what he has brought you is his very flawed, hard-headed, and imperfect servant.
Servant of who? Satan? Very flawed, hard-headed. Doesn't God tell you not to harden your heart? Right? I mean, it doesn't sound like she's working for God.
And so I pray for him to please use me this morning. Some people are in this place to hear the word of God. Others are here for other reasons, but my God got a way of making sure no matter why you came, you leave with his message. So the theme being celebrated today is, it starts with me. I want somebody to repeat that. It starts with me. Shifting the cultural climate through the study and...
Yeah, she should have never became a district attorney. She should have just went into the black church. She could have made plenty money without the eye of scrutiny, a whole bunch of gullible people inundated by, you know, Christian morals that she isn't even upholding herself. And she would have been able to skate free. She would have been able to do whatever she wants. Tax-free, building, all that shit. She could have embezzled the tithes and offerings, whatever she want to do. Use that money to pay the deacons who fucking her. Anything. But instead, she becomes an elected official who is supposed to represent law and order in our state, in our city. And this is what we get.
Practice of Dr. King's non-violent philosophy. So I'm going to start here. When I researched the history of this monumental church, 2 words just jumped off the page at me. And the words were this: this church is built on faith and resilience. The hard-headed, flawed, imperfect servant before you is built and is being constantly chiseled on faith and resilience. I smiled when I read the description.
You hear that, nigga? That's it. That's it. That's it. Lord.
I knew God was telling me, I'm sending you where you need to be. I was invited here to give you a message, but yet my God does what he always does. He brought a message to me. He knew this child needed reminding. So I want to talk to you today about what it's required to be a soldier in this warfare. And that's what it is. Warfare to shift the cultural climate. I must reveal to you a secret though. Oh, wait for it. They want to know.
What's the secret? Are you going to tell us that you were getting papped out by Nathan Wade?
The journey is ugly. The journey is painful. The journey is full of pitfalls.
It sounds like the journey was pleasurable.
But if you are one of his children, you must answer the purpose. You must answer the call. Y'all don't hear me. You must answer the mandate. The question becomes, are you qualified? And it really comes down to this.
I know she did not ask, are you qualified? Are you qualified? Was Nathan Wade qualified? How are black people falling for this? It's so disappointing. The preacher at this church should not have allowed her to come unless she was going to come and admit her sins. This is the part where you go into the little booth and you admit your sins to the priest, and then you come to the altar call so that people can pray for you, lay hands on you, let you know that you have done wrong, but that we are still going to, you know, be there for you because you're a sister in Christ. But instead, she doubles down, says she hasn't done anything wrong.
How much are you personally willing to sacrifice for the greater good and his purpose? How much? I want you to really sit and think about that question. How much are you willing to sacrifice for God's purpose? See, I must confess to you, as a little girl, I really did not think that Dr. Martin Luther King's dream would still be just a work in progress.
Oh my
I thought
God.
by 2024,
So Dr. Martin Luther King's dream is still a work in progress, but when we saw Who was trying to burn down Dr. King's historic home in Atlanta? Who was it? Who was it? It was a black woman, y'all. She took gasoline. She poured it on Dr. King's home that was in the process of being remodeled in the city of Atlanta. She took a match, a lighter, and had to be tackled by good Samaritans, a couple who were white men, to save Dr. King's home. So she's talking about Dr. King's struggle and Dr. King's fight, and his dream is still a work in progress. Look, Dr. King's dream has been fulfilled tenfold. And now we have black people, specifically in this case, a black woman, tearing down the dream, tearing down the credibility of the black cause with lies, fraud, corruption, and blatant disrespect for the Christian faith.
A 52-year-old woman, that certainly us humans would have gotten it together, that the cultural shift would have already taken place. I thought by now, well, we would all just be getting along. Boy, was I wrong. Now, right now, as much as any time in history, we need a cultural shift. As Americans have normalized, some of y'all say that with me, Americans have normalized. They've normalized cruelty. They've normalized bigotry. They've normalized hate.
They've normalized getting their back blown out.
Our youth and adults have no respect for authority. See, they criticize me for who my earthly father is and my heavenly one. Let me tell you about this earthly daddy of mine. See, my father is one of the few Americans living who was actually able to meet and spend time with Dr. Martin Luther King.
So she thinks that her father is going to be able to save her because he was an attorney in Fulton County and he's got a deep history. And she thinks that he's going to be able to save her. She even had him testify on her behalf, which is absolutely embarrassing as a father to have to testify that your daughter is having sex with a special prosecutor that she hired, a complete conflict of interest. And you, as an attorney, I don't know his record in particular, but I'm going to assume that he's got a good record and, you know, he's been abiding by the rules of law. So all this time, he's old, he's retired, and she brings him back into the courtroom to defend her sexual escapades. That's got to be the most embarrassing thing as a father. Yet she's bringing his name up as some sort of defense.
He's an older man now. Don't tell him I said it, y'all. And he's told me often, you see how now you look around and on every corner they have Dr. Martin Luther King's picture. And anywhere you go, they are celebrating Dr. King.
Yeah, I mean, that's in Atlanta, but every other street is MLK Drive. And we have complete mayhem on every MLK Drive in the country. Black men shooting each other over and over again. I report on it every time. Just look up MLK Drive on my channel. Shootings over and over and over and over again on MLK Drive.
He said, well, that's not how it was when he was here. Oh, we're going to tell the truth this morning. He tells me, you see, when Dr. King was here, I've seen him very hurt. My father's revealed to me, he's seen him in moments where Dr. King was saddened. He was saddened because people were cruel to him, unsupportive. Even some people he thought were naturally in his camp. He told me that there were those that were jealous. And he really took a lot of abuse. He says Dr. King was a great man, a prophet, he calls him. He said he was filled with good and kindness, and the only thing he wanted to do was make the world a more equitable place. He said Dr. King was not a perfect man, but he was a great man, willing to answer God's call. You all, this week at one point, because they told me I could be honest with y'all, I became so in need of my source. tap in, I penned a letter to my Heavenly Father. I desperately needed to tap in to that one source. See, God knows my heart, my joys, my pains, my sins, my flaws. I am one of his hard-headed children, so he must get me together often. I'm telling the truth this morning. But see, in my life, I have
This is absolutely embarrassing. It's hard to even listen to.
experienced things that have taught me Jesus is the only source I can only rely on every time and all the time. I wondered if it was okay with you to share this letter I wrote this week to my God.
Oh,
But you
God.
are warned, it ain't the prettiest journey. And me and my God, we talk like regular folks.
I bet she be cussing at God when she praying. Oh, my gosh.
Dear Father in heaven, 4 years ago, you sent a godly woman to see me. She was different from me in so many ways. She was married to a wonderful man in law enforcement while I was out here real single, y'all.
So 4 years ago, about around the same time period where her and Nathan Wade started shacking up. Shout out to David with the $5 Cash App.
Oh, say less.
Really appreciate your contribution. He says, what up, man? Yeah, man. What is up is the question of the hour.
She was a mother. She was not yet a mother at the time, and I was raising two 20-year-olds, and I did say still raising.
So she was raising 220. So she's a single mother as well. Now it's all starting to make sense.
A different race than mine, and she was a Republican while I was a Democrat. Our commonality was we were both God-fearing women. But I must admit, God, she's much further in her journey than me with Christ. She explained to me, God, that you had spoken to her.
So she's saying that a white woman is further along in her journey with Christ. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. This is like a fucking a billboard, a digital billboard to date interracially. Like, it's absolutely ridiculous.
And told her to seek me out, and so she did. She said, you had seen my heart, and you, Father, knew how I loved this county and my community. She provided me with the Bible and encouraged me to commit to reading it often. She said you revealed to her that if I promised to work hard, follow you, root out corruption at every level, you would give me the position of leadership I sought. I had no idea what her words meant. But in this beautiful lady, I saw Christ. So I knew I was just going to obey.
So she is admitting that she saw Christ through a white woman while also preaching racial rhetoric against white people. This is all over the place, y'all. This is insane.
I don't think either of us at the time had an idea what I would inherit or gain as I became the DA. Lord, even right now.
She about to cry. She knows she done fucked up.
I continue to feel unworthy of being home.
And you are.
A divorced single mom.
There you go.
Who doesn't belong to the right social groups. Doesn't necessarily come from the right family. Doesn't have the right.
Doesn't come from the right family. Your dad is literally known in Fulton County for the work that he did.
The assignment was just too high for lowly me. All I brought to the table, God, is my mind.
An ass for Nathan. Yo, I mean, this shit is so easy.
My heart, my work ethic, my undying love for people and the community. Lord, you know my history. I'm still carrying childhood hurts. I struggled the entire time I raised my children. You remember when he left, and it was just me and these two little girls.
Who's her baby daddy? Let's figure that out.
Figuring out how to get it done. God did not seem to care about my laundry list of shortcomings. He was not interested in my fear. So I obeyed. To be honored as the first VA, and who was a woman. Y'all hear me on that. Not a woman of color, just a woman. Will always be one of my greatest honors. I worked so hard for it so long, but I still humbly realize only 1% of the district attorneys in this country are women of color. Why should I, your lowly servant, get this honor? But then his job began. Wait a minute, God. You forgot to tell me there was more than 50,000 cases not closed. You left that detail out. Wait a minute, God. 18,000 unindicted cases going back 7 years. Wait a minute, God. The morale of the staff is in the toilet. And some of them are unqualified around here.
And why do you think the morale of the staff is in the toilet? Because you're pushing them away, you're shushing them when they come out and say that there is corruption in your office. And I'll play that recording next after this beautiful, eloquent, articulate sermon from our district attorney, Fani Willis. And look at this simp right here. See, this is why we can't get nowhere, because this nigga actually thinks she's snapping. Oh my God, this is just an educated black woman and she preaching the word of God today. Somebody give this woman a round of applause. These are the men leading our community. It's ridiculous.
God, you gotta be kidding. 7 of the highest profile cases in the United States gonna land right here? No, please make it stop. God, you forgot to mention that my life and the life of my family would be threatened so regularly. I now think it's not normal if I don't have 2 death threats a week. God, you did not tell me that people would call me the N-word more than they call me Fani.
I mean, is she talking about online comments or in real life? It's just like, what? Is she talking about niggas calling her the N-word? Like, the fuck?
You did not tell me as a woman of color, it would not matter what I did. My motive, my talent, my ability, and my character would be constantly attacked. You did not tell me that the people would think they required of me perfection and flawless. God, why would you send this imperfect and very flawed woman to that position? God, you did not tell me my home would be swept multiple times for bombs. Are that most days and nights that I would spend them in isolation because that was the safest place to be? You forgot to mention, Lord, that I would have to abandon my home. You forgot to mention the loneliness of this position, and you certainly didn't tell me about this stress. God, I trust you. God, I thank you. God, I love you. I thank you for every tap that makes me stronger. See, I sit here with a peace that surpasses. Dear God, I do not want to be like those that attack me. I never want to be a Marjorie Taylor Greene, who has never met me, but has allowed her spirit to be filled with hate. How is this woman, who has the honor of being a leader in my state, how is it that she has not reached out to me? She can tell me, I don't agree with anything you're doing, but I do not agree with people threatening your life or the life of your family. That is conduct that is wrong and intolerable, and as a leader, I shall not stand for it. How did such a woman come to think that it was normal and normalized that another woman was worthy of such cruelty? I would never wish for her to have the experiences of the threats that I received, the derogatory name calling, the being doxxed multiple times. God, you never told me that on Christmas night 2023, that I would get an emergency call from Capers Green, my chief of investigations. The police are surrounding your house. A man has called 911, and he said he shot a woman in the head. I am headed there. You never told me the pure, unimaginable fear as I believe my oldest child was dead in my home. I cannot describe, God, for you, the panic and the terror and the fear I had, believing my child was no longer with me.
So what the fuck does this have to do with the case? I mean, she's trying to build a sympathy card. The reality is her child was not killed.
I thank you, Lord, that it all turned out to be a cruel hoax and just another day to steal my joy as I tried to celebrate you. God responds to his heart.
So apparently Fani Willis' ex-husband is Fred Willis. I can't find much on him. I don't find a picture, but apparently he was a videographer. He was working an extra job as a videographer in '96 when they met. So yeah, I mean, that's pretty much all I could find on him. I would love to see kind of what he looks like, what he's doing now. If he indeed is a Thug Max Alpha Simp, these details would be very interesting to know.
Pray for Marjorie Taylor Greene. Pray for the man's soul who called your house. God, wait a minute. I ain't there yet. I'm still in my walk with you. I'm just being honest. This is me and my Lord talking. God, I don't really want to do that. I ain't feeling it. God, do as I said, child. I am using her to grow you. Pray for her. I am using all of these experiences to fortify her. Flawed, hard-headed, imperfect me. Pray for her? Yes. But dear God, are you listening? Why does Commissioner Thorne and so many others question my decision in a special counsel? Lord, your flawed, hard-headed, and imperfect child, I'm a little confused. I appointed 3 special counsel, as is my right to do, paid them all the same hourly rate. They only attacked 1. I hired 1 white woman, a good personal friend and great lawyer, a superstar, I tell you. I hired 1 white man, brilliant, my friend, and a great lawyer. And I hired 1 black man, another superstar, a great friend, and a great lawyer. Oh Lord, they gonna be mad when I call them out on this nonsense. First thing they say, oh, she gonna play the race card now. But no, God, isn't it them who's playing the race card when they only question 1? Isn't it them playing the race card when they constantly think, I need someone from some other jurisdiction in some other state to tell me how to do a job I've been doing almost 30 years? God, why don't they look at themselves and just be honest? I mean, can't they keep it 100 with themselves? Why are they so surprised that a diverse team that I assembled, your child, can accomplish extraordinary things? God, wasn't it them that attacked this lawyer of impeccable credentials?
Sorry, I was muted. Using God to defend her immoral actions is next level disrespect. I mean, this woman, she's just no good, man.
The black man I chose has been a judge more than 10 years, run a private practice more than 20, represented businesses in civil litigation. I ain't done, y'all. Served as a prosecutor, a criminal defense lawyer, special assistant attorney general. Won Chief Justice Robert Benham Award from the State Bar of Georgia. You know, they ain't just giving this to black men. How come, God, the same black man I hired was acceptable when a Republican in another county hired him and paid him twice the rate? Oh, y'all ain't hear me.
Because that guy wasn't sleeping with him. It's not about the money necessarily. It's about the fact that you're fucking this guy and going on trips, and it's just like, what the fuck?
In another county, the elected official has the authority to pay him twice the rate. Why is the white male Republican's judgment good enough, black female Democrats not?
She's clearly in the wrong in trying to make it, oh, when the white man hired the same guy and paid him more, it was good. But when I hire him, yeah, because he wasn't fucking this guy. How can you not see that? How can you not see that?
Now, please hear me. I'm not criticizing his judgment. The people of his county elected him to make that decision. In fact, let me put it on the record. He's someone I respect because he was always willing to hire diversity. He was just looking for quality. I don't care political party. They care about it.
That's cap. She definitely cares.
Only question is, why is it questioning me? Now, I want to be clear. All 3 of these special counselors are superstars. But I'm just asking God, is it that someone never see a black man is qualified, no matter his achievements? What more can one achieve?
But he's not qualified. So in this clip, she's defending him. But what we're going to see in the testimony is that she was very upset with him, very disgruntled lover.
The other 2 have never been judges, but no one questions their credentials. I'm just saying. Lord, I'm just asking, is it that I, because of the shell you chose to put me in, will never be qualified in your eyes to make the decisions the voters put me here to make? Lord, never mind your flawed, imperfect servant has composed a team that wins, and wins. Never mind, Lord, that this leader has a trial conviction rate of 95%. Never mind, Lord, that the trial team this lawyer put together has a conviction rate of 95%.
Yeah, because they're going after insurance companies and in car accident cases. Like, dude, come the fuck on. These guys aren't prosecuting RICOs.
96%. Never mind, Lord, that 400 plus children are touched by the programming that my staff put together to keep them out of gangs. Never mind, Lord, thousands of records of citizens in my counties have now been restricted so they can work and get home and return to being.
Uh-oh, this is the part of the sermon where we start dancing and running around the church. Hold your horses.
Never mind, Lord, in 3 years I have cut the backlog by more than 50%. Never mind, Lord, in my community where in the rest of the country crime is down 5 or 7%, it's down 20% here. Never mind, Lord, homicide are down in Atlanta by 1%. Is there something about me, Lord, that makes me still unqualified?
Homicides are not down. Sorry, Miss Willis.
God responds, child, pray for those. They can't see what I've qualified. Wait, God, I'm gonna slow down here. It's your hard-headed child. I told you I don't want to pray for them. I am tired of being treated cruelly. Pray for them anyway, child. Pray for their hearts. Pray for their souls. I qualified you. I qualified your imperfect, flawed self. I saw you in every hour. Do my work. Ignore the distractions. Some of y'all may be familiar with my God that I serve. So I'm gonna stop a minute here. He's the same God that took Moses to that burning bush. How many of y'all know Moses had a speech impediment? That's the servant that God sent to give the greatest messaging of all time. Let my people go.
Hold on. Hold on. Did she say Moses had a speech impediment? Can anybody verify that? Is that true? Is that true? I've never heard that personally. Is that let me know.
God must like hard-headed children because Moses told him, you know I got a speech impediment, right? And who am lowly me to go do that? He said, go tell him the great I am.
What the fuck?
How many of y'all know?
Okay, Moses stuttered. All right. Shout out to Paul Gardner. He's confirming that Moses stuttered. All right.
God will use regular, ordinary folks to do extraordinary things. Let me say that for y'all again. How many of you all know the God I serve will use ordinary folks to do extraordinary things? God will see all your mistakes, all your flaws, and still choose you to serve. So God told me, I know you're tired of your circumstances, but I'm preparing you. The road ahead of you has some dark days and some bright days. So ladies and gentlemen, on Thursday, I was at a very low point. Really tired of all the pain that people cause. So weary of hearing mothers come in talking about their children being hurt or worse, lives taken from them. That pain, I'm somebody who just takes it on. And it got a little easy on Thursday.
This nigga said they were going to say Jesus was ADHD next. I'm dead. Jesus was autistic.
Tired of the 14-hour days. If I can be honest with you, tired of the isolation, the loneliness, the backstabbing. Tired of all of it.
Okay, so shout out to Paul Gardner. He said, I recall being a kid in the 80s and saw a movie about people who stuttered. And one character said Moses stuttered. That's the only evidence I have. Okay, well, I mean, I don't mind taking her word for it that Moses had a speech impediment. I personally have never heard that. But it's just very interesting.
But then my on-time God showed up as he always does. A lady I love and respect but had not seen in more than 2 years randomly came by the office. I don't stop and take lunch, y'all. I don't have no time in my day. But somehow God miraculously cleared my schedule for 40 minutes. Appointments canceled and opened up. So I could spend 40 quality minutes with this lady. She was another leader. She brought me her testimony of the 2 last awful years. And I'm going to tell you, I felt ashamed because I was so caught up in my own world. I didn't know what my friend had been through. She told me of a cheating husband and a divorce that had taken place. She talked to me about cancer that entered her body and almost took her out of this place. She talked to me about family trauma and of a child trying to commit suicide. Lord, she told me she was mad with you. The position of authority she had, she really didn't want, but she took it because you told her to, and she had been obedient. And so she wanted to know, how could I be obedient, Lord, and you take me through this last 2 years I've had? She said, Lord, you said you would perfect me. You would perfect the things concerning me. My husband left me. My body became sick. My children suffered. My finances are in the toilet. This is far from perfect. The Lord said to her, When I told you to devote yourself to me, I will perfect you, you heard it in your human ears. You heard that meant I would make things easy and perfect. I did not mean that things would be easy as you heard it. She said she then looked at the biblical interpretation. When the verse says the Lord will perfect that which concerns you, it literally means he will complete it. How many of you all know my friend's random visit was not random at all? And once again, the Lord was talking to his hard-headed child. When the Lord was saying he would perfect me, the things concerning me, he was telling me he would use me to complete it. So I'm here to tell you something. And it may make some of y'all a little uncomfortable. God's using ordinary people to do extraordinary things. I come real regular. In fact, when I meet people, that's what they say. Real regular. You don't have no feelings about yourself. And I say, well, how can I? I come from regular folk. I ain't got no pedigree. I'm not a member of any of those elite organizations. And one more thing, I'm as flawed as they come. But there is something special about me. It's my willingness to love people. I love people of every political party, different viewpoints, different races, different sexualities. And one thing you will come to learn about me is I make sure everyone else is good, and sometimes I'm not.
Oh my God, the waterworks. Here we go.
See, Dr. King was an extremely special, brilliant, godly man, but he was just a man. And his journey was full of mistakes, pitfalls, pain, and ugliness. Despite all of that, he overcame those things and he changed the entire world. See, I know we are at a time of history when they want
Dr. King rolling in his
to away
grave.
books and not talk about history. Some of y'all may have forgotten. When Dr. King was alive, he was attacked for his stance on the Vietnam War. Some of y'all might have forgotten that scandal the FBI tried to do on personal indiscretions they led. Some of y'all forgot that. But now that same FBI will take a day off to celebrate Dr. King because my Lord said he will make him your footstool. All the glory I receive, it's his grace, not a perfect me. We are at a time in history, people. Hear me on this. We are at a time in history when you can no longer sit back and just let other folks do it. You cannot expect Black women to be perfect and save the world.
What the fuck is she talking about? You can't expect Black women to be perfect and save the world. Since when have Black women saved the world? Because a lot of these Black women are indeed causing the same very issues that she is talking about, especially when it comes to the super gremlin issue. They are literally raising the same men who are going out and killing people and sending threats to Fani Willis, if I might add.
The Lord is completing us. We are not perfect. We need your prayers. We need to be allowed to stumble. We need grace. With that kind of support, we will move mountains and do Jesus' will, stumbling all the way. So his flawed, hard-headed, and imperfect child has a message for each of you today. Please find a way to do your extraordinary, God-given assignment and make this community and the world a better place for all of his people. See, it is never about who you are. It is always about the great I am and who he is. See, we are all flawed, sinners, unworthy, imperfect, damaged, but we are qualified upon his calling. You can find common ground with
Listen to all the people agreeing and clapping with her.
people of all different ideologies. If you simply commit yourself to being obedient and steadfast in your efforts and his word. If you commit yourself, God will turn your hard-headed self into the extraordinary for his kingdom. Thank you.
Damn. All those people bamboozled. So let's see if Fani Willis was actually genuine when she's talking about her devotion to Christ and her her loyalty to the right thing and just morality in general.
Repeatedly warned embattled Georgia DA Fani Willis that her top aide was abusing federal funds. Now, in the audio, Willis appears to agree with this whistleblower and say that she'd look into it. Yet a little less than 2 months later, the staffer who raised the concerns was fired. Let's take a listen to that audio.
So listen up. She was confronted by a whistleblower, somebody who said, hey, you know, what you guys are doing, or I've seen some misconduct in your office and I don't like it. And the woman is actually extremely scared and frightened in the audio. And in return, Fani Willis waits it out, lets cooler heads prevail, and then she fires her.
He told everybody in front of Crystal, Deontay, everybody, we're going to get MacBooks, we're going to do that, we're going to get swag, we're going to use it for travel. I said, you cannot do that. It's a very, very specific grant. Took me off. I questioned Junior DA. There's kids in there from out of
So she was taken off the case because she questioned, I believe this is Nathan Wade that they're speaking of. She was taken off the case. Nathan Wade is abusing his power and mistreating black women. This is a dark-skinned black woman. So could we say that Fani Willis was being colorist by not taking heed to these warnings and taking this whistleblower seriously?
Very specific grant. Took me off. I questioned Junior DA. There's kids in there from out of the county, all this. Took me off Junior DA. I did not want to do it. He made it look as if I wasn't doing what I needed to do because I questioned him.
And listen to her. She's crying. She's in a frantic state. She's coming to Fani Willis, black woman to black woman. And guess what Fani Willis does? She sees that this woman is no longer employed. So she fired a black woman, economically targeted her, economically attacked her because she was shedding light on her corrupt office.
Because I knew for a fact Mr. Cuffey respectfully did not know what he was doing.
Okay, so this is another lawyer. So she's not talking about Nathan Wade, Mr. Cuffey, apparently. So let me look this up. I'll get a picture of him shortly. Hold on.
Period. So I respect that is your assessment. It was clear to me that you.
So listen to the tone. I respect that is your assessment. She's basically calling her a freaking liar. It's absolutely ridiculous.
We're not getting along. And I'm not saying that your assessment is wrong. I want you to really listen to the words I'm saying.
Cuffey, and this is my personal opinion, to one woman to another, is dangerous to your administration.
Yeah. So the implication here.
And this is black woman to black woman. She warned her about this individual Cuffey. And she was dismissed. Michael Cuffey. Okay. So let's see. Let me see if I can get a picture of this guy. So let's read this article really quickly. Okay, we actually have the full 2-minute audio of this whistleblower. So let me play this so that you guys have full context, and I'll read the article describing what this is really about. And you hear black women, like I showed you guys on the Shade Room comment section, they're defending it. And if y'all be like, well, that's just a shade room, that's just a shade room, go to Neighborhood Talk. We can go to Neighborhood Talk too. And black women are in the comment section and simp black men defending Fani Willis. Okay. They're defending her. So let's listen up.
If you had to give me a sentence, what is the sentence theme?
Once I told him about his, respectfully and in an email, about his lack of leadership and the fact that he wanted to do things with grants that were impossible. And I kept telling him, like, we can't do that, and questioning stuff. He would take me off projects, tell people I wasn't doing what I was supposed to because I questioned him. Because I understood, I helped write that grant. I knew what was in that grant. He told everybody in front of Crystal, Deontay, everybody, we're going to get MacBooks, we're going to do that, we're going to get swag, we're going to use it for travel. I said, you cannot do that. It's a very, very specific grant.
So there's got to be a nigga. This Michael Cuffey, he gotta be a nigga talking about some, we gonna get MacBooks, we gonna use it for swag, we gonna do this, we gonna do that. Lord have mercy.
Yeah, I questioned Junior DA. There's kids in there from out of the county. All this took me off Junior DA. I did not want to do it. He made it look as if I wasn't doing what I needed to do because I questioned him. Because I knew for a fact Mr. Cuffey respectfully did not know what he was doing. Period.
So I respect that is your assessment. It was clear to me that you and Mr. Cuffey were not getting along. And I'm not saying that your assessment is wrong. I want you to really listen to the words I'm saying.
This woman is literally scared for her life. She thinks that this guy could potentially be dangerous. Isn't that wild? This man has mismanaged funds. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Cuffey, and this is my personal opinion, to one woman to another, is dangerous to your administration. He tells people, when I reached out to you, he told me, oh, you think your word is safe? Exactly when you reached out to Miss Willis, she called me and told me, she tell me everything. So once you reach out to her, she's going to reach back out to me. So I didn't even go to HR. And he put Dexter's name on my PDP and I didn't.
Look, she's trying to interrupt this scared, frantic woman. I mean, it's just, you can't make this shit up, man. And I'm trying to look up more information about Michael Cuffey. It looks like he's actually removed a lot of, I think he actually deleted his Facebook. But I do have a picture of him, so I'll show you guys that as well.
Feel safe going to anybody.
Can I tell you something?
Mm-hmm.
I have 3 supervisors that have failed in this building. What's interesting to me, because I'm in a learning curve too, they each pretend to have a relationship with me that they do not have.
Mm-hmm.
I guess that's an intimidation tactic.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry that you felt that way, but you, Dexter, certainly don't have no relationship with Michael Cuffey. You were safe to go those places.
So you heard that. And if I'm not mistaken, this is the individual we're talking about. I know the picture is very grainy, blurry. But this is the man who she blew the whistle on, who wanted to use this grant money for swag, for trips, for personal gain. It's absolutely despicable, and it was defended by Fani Willis. She did not indeed give another black woman a safe space to go to. Okay. So less than a year into her tenure as Fulton County District Attorney in 2021, Willis met with Amanda Timpson, an employee in the District Attorney's office responsible for giving non-violent juvenile offenders alternatives to the juvenile court system. During that conversation, a recording of which was reviewed by the Washington Free Beacon, Timpson claimed to Willis that she had been demoted after attempting to stop a top Willis campaign aide from misusing federal grant money meant for youth gang prevention initiatives. So when Fani Willis said that she was going after the gangs, what she really meant was she was going after grant money for these initiatives. And this is why these programs and these youth programs and all this stuff and these rec centers that they try to build off of taxpayer money don't work, because you have corrupt individuals within it using this money for swag. According to Timpson, the aide, Michael Cuffey, planned to use part of a $488,000 federal grant, almost $1 million in federal aid, earmarked for the creation of a center of youth empowerment and gang prevention to pay for swag, computers, and travel. And she did not give this black woman space to, do the right thing. She totally blew her off. She had her removed, fired even. And it just shows how much of a hypocrite Fani Willis and a lot of these black women in these positions of power really are.
And I would say they were in relationship to this because I think he did it to be kind.
Okay. Let's start back in 2019.
Yeah.
So you and Mr. Wade met in October 2019 at a conference?
That is correct. And I think in one of your motions, you tried to implicate I slept with him at that conference, which I find to be extremely offensive. I stayed at that conference. Mr. Wade was my teacher. I did not meet him when he taught the class. I was standing outside talking to Lisa Reeves, who is a judge. Me and her were just
White lady's got a rack too. Sheesh.
having a conversation. Mr. Wade walks up and they hug each other. They have some brief conversation. She introduces us.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. We kind of thought that when you asked the question, you can answer the question, not a speech, so I object to the speech.
I agree, I'm able to explain my answers.
I believe she's able to explain her answer.
And that's
Ms. Merchant, that's okay. I can handle it. Ms. Willis, I'll ask you just listen to the answer, or excuse me, the question, and keep the answers confined to the question as best you can. I think you'll have more than enough ample opportunity on when the state is able
it's
to
highly
follow
offensive
ups.
when someone lies on you, and it's highly offensive when they try to implicate that you slept with somebody the first day you met with them, and I take exception to it.
All right. Well, Ms. Willis, she'll have the opportunity to explain all of that when it's.
So you slept with him the second day. You dude, oh my God. I didn't fuck him at the first day at the conference. I fucked him the second day. Get it right, bitch. She wanted to say that shit so bad.
It's the state's turn to ask more open-ended questions.
Yeah.
Ms. Merchant.
Thank you, Judge. So again, my question was, you all met at that conference, though, right?
We did the meeting. He, as I stated, he taught the class. I did not actually meet him when he taught the class. I walked out of the class, and I'm not sure if it was that exact class or we had went to lunch, but we were standing in the vestibule, like outside of the class. Me and Judge Reeves were having a conversation. She had worked at a law firm I worked at back in 1996.
We're getting way afar. I mean, I don't mind her explaining her answers, but I literally just asked if they met at that conference.
Explaining how she met Mr. Wade is exactly the question asked by Ms. Merchant. These answers are more than appropriate.
Ms. Merchant, if you want more concise answers, perhaps you could lead the witness.
I will. Thank you, Judge. Isn't it true that you met Mr. Wade October 2019 at the judges
He
conference?
hasn't gotten to the point where Ms. Willis should be treated hostile in this case.
I think we
I very much want to be here, so I'm not a hostile witness. I very much want to be
Not so
here.
much that you're hostile, Ms. Willis, it'd be an adverse witness. Your interests are opposed to Ms. Merchant.
Ms. Merchant's interests are contrary to democracy, Your Honor, not to mine.
Contrary to democracy. Oh my gosh.
We can keep things moving. Ms. Merchant, next question, please.
Okay, so we've confirmed when you met. After that, isn't it true?
And let me just give you guys more context of how the community thinks about this, because I really don't think I've convinced you guys that the community is defending what this woman is doing. This is another Black blog, Neighborhood Talk. God gave Black women the gift of reading books and reading people. Really? She is giving them the business, and it makes me smile. Simp blackmail. Mr. Wrong, I've been very anxious to have this conversation with you today, so I ran to the courtroom. It's outrageous that this is being tried. Meanwhile, the real criminal isn't being held accountable. I'm glad she stood her ground. All these snippets are so misleading. Y'all go watch the full thing. She is wrong. Big time wrong. And this is a white woman. So the only person holding her accountable in these comments section is a white woman. This has got to be a bad sister. If they are doing all that to remove her, it doesn't mean he won't be prosecuted. They just don't want her to do it. So what she means by bad is good. In the Black community, obviously, we know that things are in reverse. The way she answering these questions and she is chewing on her tongue, she means business. She and her feelings because she got caught. So we got somebody, a Black woman, finally, one Black woman out of all the comments acknowledging. Can somebody ask Trump how many women have he sexually harassed or raped? Yeah, bullshit. She had them scrambling. Even the judge was ready to clock out. Baby, that judge is scratching his earlobe. She's handling everybody. Bro, Black people are just so fucking tone deaf, bro. We as a whole, we just don't get it. She's in the wrong here. I don't understand how. Woo! We got a long road ahead of us, y'all.
I need to explain this, and I think I get to explain my answers. When I met him, Judge Reeves introduced us. He handed me his business card. I'm unsure if I handed him my business card, but we exchanged information. He said, if you ever need any help, give me a call. And he walked to the parking lot.
So after that, You started dating shortly thereafter, correct?
A lie. That's one of your lies.
Do you know Robin Yurdi?
I know her as Robin Bryant. I knew her.
So this is her friend, and they're bringing up her friend's testimony, which I can show you guys as well. I mean, this is going to be an action-packed stream because it's so much information, so much content. So I'll bring up her friend's testimony shortly, because her friend testified that they met in 2019 at this conference, and then shortly thereafter they started hugging and kissing. And what we're going to find out from Fani Willis' testimony is Nathan Wade is actually red pill. He's actually a red pill man. He was a Kevin Samuels fan, a Kevin Samuels listener, and he considers himself a high value man. So we're going to get into that as well, because she has some refutes to, and that's why I'm streaming from Reclaim Your Throne as well, because she has some refutes to his red pill ideology that we're going to break down throughout this stream as well. So it's so funny, so interesting when we really go through what is actually going on in this case.
Robin did not go to my college. She went to the college of, I went to Howard University. She went to Morgan State. I met her through some people I knew. In college, we hung out a bit, not much because she was in Baltimore and I was in Washington, D.C., but we hung out a bit. After college, I lost contact with her. I probably didn't see Robin again until maybe 7 or 8 years ago, a chance meeting here in Atlanta, but we did not have a consistent relationship from when I left college and came to Emory Law School here in Atlanta. But 8 to 10 years ago, just by happenstance, I ran into her. So she was in Atlanta.
You have been friends with Robin for 30-something years.
Did you hear my answer, madam?
Yes, and I'm asking if you've been friends with her for 30-something years.
I've known her for 30-something years. We certainly hung out and partied together in college. She was from the DC area. She would come home, we partied together. Wasn't close, but she was certainly in the girlfriends that partied together. And then, like I said, I ran into her about 10 years ago in Atlanta, Georgia. So we didn't talk throughout that time period. I didn't see her. I didn't even know where she was. When I ran into her, I was surprised she was in Atlanta. And so, yes, I have known her probably since 1990, 1991, but we have not maintained a consistent relationship that whole time.
For the last 10 years or 5, whatever you'd like to classify it as. Have you been friends with her?
I have not spoken to Robin in over a year. I certainly do not consider her a friend now. I think that she, you know, there's a saying, no good deed goes unpunished. And I think that she betrayed our friendship.
So let's narrow it down, the timeline now. So my questions are going to be from the time period of 2019 until she no longer was employed for you, the last time you all talked. So all of my next questions are just focused on that time frame, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Up until she left your office.
Yes, ma'am.
During 2019, you all were friends, correct?
Yes, we knew each other in 2019.
During 2020, you all were friends, correct?
We were friends during that time period.
During 2021, you all were friends, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And such good friends that when you needed a place to stay, you asked her if you could take over her lease.
That's a lie.
You did not move into her apartment?
I did, but that's not the way you characterize it. Is wrong.
I asked if you could take over her lease.
I did not ask if I could take over her lease.
Did you move into her apartment?
I moved into her condo in April of 21. The circumstances around that were that Robin met her husband. They wanted to move into another and separate place. She wanted to get rid of her condo. My father was living with me at the house. Because of this case and because of my stance on gangs, my life was being threatened regularly. My father urged me to leave our home. At the same time, as luck would have it, Robin wanted to give up her lease because she wanted to move in with this new man she met, who eventually became her husband. And so, as life circumstances worked, my dad was begging me to leave the house. He was afraid for me.
So this is a roundabout way of answering, yes, I took over her lease. Because she's my friend. Because, guys, it's not easy to transfer your lease to somebody. And what that is called is subletting, subleasing, if you will. I had 2 apartments in Atlanta that I was using for business purposes. And they were getting expensive, especially during the pandemic when my business kind of took a very large hit. I had an employee who was not as reliable as I expected them to be. And I had to cut ties with both of these apartments. And what happened was the apartment wanted to charge me $4,000, not including my security deposit, in order to get out of the lease because I had signed a 12-month lease. And, so they were saying, if you can find us a new tenant, then we won't charge you this. Do y'all know I looked up and down the city of Atlanta? Do y'all know, like Fani Willis ran to the courtroom because she was so anxious. I was anxious that I was going to have to pay another month's rent on a $4,000 a month apartment. And y'all know I was running up and down the streets of Atlanta trying to get somebody to sublease this apartment. And do y'all know how hard it was? Thank God, by the grace of God, I was able to find somebody. But it was one of the most difficult things I've ever done in my life. But if I had a friend who needed a place to stay and they said, hey, I'll take over your apartment, don't you know that I would have signed that bitch in a heartbeat? So she's making it seem like this is just some normal thing to sublet your apartment and stuff. No, it's very hard. And at the end of the day, you're still responsible for that lease until that lease expires. So if the person who I allowed to sublease my home, if they fuck shit up, then I'm going to lose my security deposit and I will be liable for any damages that they do to the apartment. The reason why I was able to find new tenants is because, I specifically went after a certain demographic, college age, grad school kids. I do a vetting process. I do an interview, and then I do an impromptu pull up at their current place of residence. And two things I check. I check the inside of their home, their current place of residence, and I check their vehicle to see if it's clean. If both check out to be clean, then I view them, and obviously credit score and proof of funds and, bank statements. But, with all that, then I use that information to determine that, hey, this is going to be a good tenant who can take over my lease. And then I will sign the lease over to them. But literally, it was one of the most difficult things. And I spent like 3 months looking for a new tenant. One of the hardest things I've ever done in my life, especially during the holiday season. So for her to characterize this lease takeover as just, it's just another day in Fulton County. No, it's not. It's very difficult to get somebody to take over your lease. And having a competent friend, because I could have, looked at one of my friends and said, hey, bro, take over the lease. But I knew for a fact that my friends ain't got no money like that, not enough to be paying $4,000 a month in rent. So my friends ain't popping like that. My friends ain't got it like that. They don't have the bag like that. Okay. So I couldn't rely on my friends to sublease my apartment. But if I had a competent friend, somebody with, who was clean, bank statements ready to go, good credit score, I would have transferred the lease to him in a heartbeat. Okay. So she is very fortunate that she had a friend who trusted her to transfer that lease over.
For his grandchildren, she wanted someone to take over her lease so that she didn't, have to pay a fee or get abandoned. And so I don't remember when, but probably March or April of 21, I moved in and take over her lease.
And did you pay her or did you pay the leasing agent?
No, I don't even know who the leasing agent was. I paid her.
You paid her. Did you pay her cash or did you use for her?
So they didn't even go through the leasing company, which is a violation of the lease. It's a complete violation of the lease. If you are going to sublease, you have to let the property manager know so that they know that somebody else is fulfilling your lease and they can put them on documentation just in case for liability purposes. So she completely violated the lease agreement by not informing the property manager. So this is another example of immorality. And yeah, you could say it's something small, and I don't think it's a crime, but it is definitely a violation of the lease. And it shows, that you're trying to obfuscate the legal system and your liability to this condo that you have taken over the lease for.
There were some times that I would give her cash, but mostly I paid her via Cash App. That would be the most convenient thing. So I would not only give her her rent, but then like when the utilities would come in, whatever the utility was, she might be like, I need $70, I need $100, whatever it was. And we never had a problem with money. Whatever she told me it was, I never asked to see a bill. I never questioned her. I just gave it to her.
What percentage would you say you paid cash versus Cash App?
Oh, the vast majority was Cash App. I don't know what percentage. I'm not going to get that. The vast majority was Cash App.
And any money going through Cash App over $600 annually, can be subject to 1099 IRS filing. So that's a law that Biden implemented immediately once he got into office.
But there would be times she would say, you know, this bill came in at $70. Here goes $70.
Did you have a monthly rent amount that you paid her?
I can't remember. It was $1,500. I can't remember what
How
it
the
was.
fuck do you not remember your rent? And it was like a year ago. She's full of shit, dude.
And it would vary, which I still don't understand to this day. But like I said, I never questioned her.
When did you
Whatever
move
she
out?
said it was, that's what I paid.
When did
I
you move out?
abruptly moved out in February, either late January or early February of 22.
Of 22.
Yes,
February 2022, is that what you said?
January, February of 22. I believe it is January, but I paid her half the rent of February of 22.
Damn, this lady who's cross-examining her is pretty hot. Not gonna lie.
What I remember, and because I was offering to pay the whole rent, even though I didn't live there, I didn't think it was right. And I ended up just paying her half the rent.
So that's after you moved out. You said you paid her half of that. Okay. And the time that you said you had to move out of your house because you were scared, did your dad stay there at your house?
My father was concerned. Yes, we were both concerned.
Okay. But he remained there.
My father was 80 years old. He would have been 79. He was scared to death of COVID. You have to go back to when this was. My father's an older man. I wanted him to move out.
So yes, he stayed at the house. He stayed at her house so she could go move into this condo to fuck on Nathan Wade in peace. That's really what this was about. It wasn't that she was scared for her life, because I remember reporting on the YSL gang. They were threatening her, and they were threatening her. But the reality is she wasn't that afraid. She had security. She knew what it was. She wasn't scared of them gang niggas. You know that. You know, black women are not like, when it really comes down to it, even if death is staring them in the face, they still, I'm not saying they don't be scared, but they be still like, they will still like holler and fuss and yell at a ninja. Even if he got a gun to their face, they still barking back with the attitude. So I don't think she was really scared of those threats, especially with the reinforced police presence in her residence. What it was she didn't want because she couldn't invite Nathan Wade to her house in fucking peace without a police officer or somebody in the police force saying, hey, isn't that the special prosecutor that you hired for Trump? You know, it just doesn't look good. So she had to get that condo where there's more plausible deniability, so that she can say, oh, no, he wouldn't come to my apartment. He must have some other bitch in this apartment complex. That's the play that she was running.
We had some discussions about him moving out, and what he decided was the risk of COVID was more dangerous than the risk of the people that were threatening. Typical man, more worried about his daughter and his grandchildren than his own safety. You'll get to meet him and you'll understand he doesn't scare too easily.
So his grandkids were living at the house as well at that time?
Well, I don't know how old your children are, but when you have adult children, they leave and they come back. They leave and they come back.
So she says she was scared for her life, but her kids were staying with her father at the house that they were scared for their life. She was scared for her life to live in. The reason why is because this is what happened. Her daddy probably said, let me move in with you so that you feel safe. And she doesn't want to live with her daddy because she can't bring in strange men to bust down her fanny. So she's like, daddy, you can move in here. The kids will be with you. I just need my own space because I need to focus. She made some excuse up. I need to focus. I'm working on this. I'm working on that. I'm working on this case. I'm working on that case. I just need my own space. I'm going to be here, but I'm going to lay my head there at some nights and stuff like that, just so that I can, focus and not be distracted by you or the kids or any other, maybe violent threats, which I now am believing that she wasn't really as concerned about.
Have been periods of time that they're there, they come, they do whatever they want to do. Children do what children do. As long as their mother has a house, they'll come to it. Unfortunately, now the threats because of this case have gotten so extreme. I just pay a mortgage and no one lives there.
And that's what I was going to ask you. So when you moved out in, I think you said April 2021, you left your dad and your two kids at the house?
My dad and my two kids were not at the house.
They were not. Okay, so they didn't still live at your house?
My youngest daughter certainly did not live there. My oldest daughter would come back and forth. I can't say month for month.
You hear the attitude. You see, she didn't like that question. The sigh. I mean, the attitude is just building up, and it's going to overflow by the mid point of this cross-examination?
When she was there or when she was not there. I know that she has been there post me moving out. At this time, no one is at my house.
So at some point after you moved out for the safety reasons, at least one of your children did come
Ms.
back.
Merchant, can we get to either the relationship or the financial benefit?
Yes. Let's see, we were back at 2021. So you were still friends with Miss Yurdi then. Were you also friends with Mr. Bradley?
I've never been friends with Mr. Bradley.
You've never been friends with Mr. Bradley?
No, I don't consider us to be friends. I don't dislike Mr. Bradley, but I don't consider us to be friends.
Is he someone that you would have in your phone and you would message with?
I might have text messaged him.
Okay. Would you text message him and Mr. Wade on the same conversations?
I don't recall doing that, but if it happened, it wouldn't surprise me.
Okay, so that wouldn't surprise you, the three of you. Okay. How frequently would you think that the three of you would text?
Not very. I wouldn't think very often, but you're asking me to recall. I don't even know what time period you're asking me to recall, but I'm not going to speak to that because I just really don't know the answer to that. So I don't want to speculate as to how often that would happen. But it's not out of my practice to text two people on one text message. So if you told me that happened and showed it to me, it wouldn't surprise me, although I have no recollection of it.
But there would be some record of it in your phone, or the phone records would have some record of those texts.
Perhaps.
Talk about, you said that sometimes you paid Ms. Yurdi cash. When you went on vacation with Mr. Wade, let's just go one by one. Let's start with the first one. What's the first time you went on vacation with Mr. Wade?
I think the first time we went on vacation was around April of 22. And a vacation is a stretch, but I'm trying to be comprehensive. I recall April of 22. His birthday is March the 18th. So that would have been his 49th birthday.
Damn, she know the nigga birthday off top.
I took him to Tennessee for the day. I think we went to a museum.
So she took him to Tennessee. They were really involved.
Might have stayed the night. I'm not sure, but Tennessee's kind of hard to call a vacation, but I just am trying to be inclusive. And like I said, I know it wasn't more than a day.
She didn't spend the night.
I think that we did. That's what I'm telling you. I think that there's a possibility that we stayed that night.
And he fucked. Damn, she is literally crumbling on the stand.
In April of 22.
Who paid for the hotel?
I think I did. It was his birthday.
And would you have used a credit card?
Probably maybe a debit.
What the hell? I guess it blacked out.
When I started dating Mr. Wade, it was right around then.
Okay, we getting some better audio. Nice.
April 2022?
22, yes.
2022.
It was 20. It's not like when you're in grade school and you send a little letter and it says, will you be my girlfriend, and you check it. I don't know the day that we started seeing each other, but it was early 22 is my recollection.
It was a situationship. Let's just keep it a buck. Y'all were never dating. It was a situationship. He was fucking. He was just fucking.
Okay, early 22. And you all went to Florida on vacation as well?
I don't recall going to Florida on vacation with him.
You never went to Florida with Mr. Wade?
When we went to get on the cruise ship, we went to Miami.
Okay, that's the time that you went to Florida.
What the fuck? So I don't recall going to Florida with Mr. Wade. So, she asked, did y'all go on vacation in Florida? And she's like, oh, well, we went to Miami on a cruise ship. Ma'am, that's Florida.
With him?
I think we went to Miami and spent the night. That's my recollection. Okay. I think we spent the night. That's my recollection. Okay. I think we spent one night so that we wouldn't miss the ship. That's my recollection of our
paid for that hotel.
In Miami? I don't remember that.
And how'd you get to Miami?
We would have flown. And we've done that, so that I'm clear. We've done that twice. I think one time we stayed, and I honestly can't tell you, did we stay when the ship left or did we stay when the ship came back?
Damn, they traveled a lot together. They might have fucked over 1,000 times during this time period. And I'm not lying, y'all. Because Fani Willis, she trying to get her back blown out before every case. She probably calling him, oh, baby, wait, I need you. Come through. Put that D on me. Pap this Fanny out.
I also can't tell you. So there's 2 cruises out of Miami. There's one that's in that October time period that was with his mom. And then there was another that was a New Year's Eve trip. I know I paid for the New Year's Eve trip because the tickets were $697 each. And I thought this is ridiculous that the tickets are $700 to go to Miami. But when you travel during New Year's Eve, they get you.
So let's just back up and talk about the first time that you went to Florida with Mr. Wade. That was the time that you said you stayed in Miami at the hotel the first night?
That's the time I told you I am not sure So I'm not sure of two things. So I want to make sure that my testimony is clear. I'm not sure if we stayed in Miami on the October trip. I'm not sure if we stayed in Miami on the December trip. I just can't remember that. And I also don't remember, so that the record is clear, I don't remember if the necessity was as we got on the ship or we got off the ship. But I do remember there was a night spent in Miami because either whatever, I don't remember. But I think that there was a night spent in Miami.
That cruise is the one that you took in October, right?
Ma'am, if you have something to refresh my recollection, I'm intentionally trying to not be difficult with you, but I don't want to make up something. Right. I know that on one of those two trips, we stayed in Miami. I am not sure right now. You're asking me about.
Oh, I'm sorry, you misunderstood. I was not asking you which night you stayed in Miami. I'm asking if you took a cruise in October 2022 with Mr. Wade.
Yes, and his mom.
And his mother. That's what I was asking.
Yes.
Is that the first time you met his mother?
Yes.
It was on that cruise, and that was Royal Caribbean, I believe?
I honestly don't remember what ship. I know we're taking two cruises. I don't know what the ships were.
But he paid for the flight and the cruise.
So she can't remember shit, but she's supposed to be a sitting district attorney. What the fuck? Were they smoking weed on this trip too? God damn. Bitch can't remember shit.
On Royal Caribbean that time.
So yes, he paid. He is the original one that does it. He has something called, Mr. Wade is a world traveler. I'm not as versed as him. He's been to 6 of the 7 continents.
So notice she wanted to say he's a passport bro. She didn't. She said he's a world traveler. Nah, that nigga a passport bro.
And so he has both a personal travel agent and he also has a cruise travel agent. I don't know anything about either of those kind of travel agents. So he is the one that would book the travel, but we need to be clear when we're talking about just because he booked it doesn't mean, like, I don't consider him having taken me any place. Let me just be honest. The only point that's ever taken somebody someplace is for his 50th birthday. I consider that I took him to Belize, and I took him to Belize because, I don't want to discuss his personal business, but I'm happy Mr. Wade is still here with us. And I did 50 big, very big.
She did 50 big. So she took Nathan Wade to Belize, which is in Central America. And it's a very beautiful area that most people would dream of going to. But she's using taxpayer funds to trick on this nigga. When is he going to pay for a trip? When is he going to pay for a trip? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Because to me, it seems like she a sugar mama at this point.
So still on that October Royal Caribbean cruise, even though he had a travel agent. I'm sorry.
If you do me a favor, I don't know what cruise ship, what time. So if you'll help me and say October cruise with mama or the New Year's Eve trip with his sisters, I'll be able to, we can communicate. I just don't know what ship.
October cruise with mama. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
He paid for the cruise and the flights for that trip.
So he called his cruise agent and he booked that through them because he has a cruise agent.
Right.
He also has a regular agent. I don't know the cruise agent's name.
So I wasn't asking about his travel agent. I was just asking, but he paid for those.
He did not though. Okay. Because the reason I consider that he did not is I gave him his money back.
And I was about to ask that, but initially he paid for that.
Yeah, he called his cruise agent. Like I think they have his card on record.
So she's paying, she's reimbursing him for trips through taxpayer money. That's essentially what is being alleged.
So initially he paid for the cruise and the flight to Miami and the Royal Caribbean cruise.
And my understanding of that October cruise is like it was a package the lady did for him.
And I'll get to the reimbursements and all that. I'm just trying to confirm he paid for the flight and the cruise in October.
And I think that when you say things that way, I want this record to be abundantly clear that he calls his travel agent, he calls his cruise agent. They do whatever he tells them. He's like on a first name basis with these people. They do it. And then he tells me how much it is and I give him the money back. I don't, just like you're asking me about the money with Robin, I don't do my friends like that. So if you tell me.
So she don't ask for proof of funds and how much it actually costs. Nathan Wade's just like, yeah, this trip was 15 bands. And then she just send it. She don't even look for no receipts. She don't want to say, okay, well, how much dinner costs here? How much this costs here? They're not comparing receipts. She's saying, oh, I don't do my friends like that. This is your lover, ma'am. Not your friend. This is a nigga who is papping out that fanny pack you got back there. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. Her denial.
It's a G, then you're going to get $1,000. Whatever it is, I didn't ever make him produce receipts to me. Whatever he told me it was, I gave him his money back.
Isn't it true that he paid for the cruise and the flight on his credit card? I'm not asking about reimbursement or after. He used his credit card to buy the cruise and buy the flight, correct?
I have no idea how he paid for it, if it's a credit card, if it's a debit card, but certainly he called his cruise agent. You know, like how many people have a cruise agent? He calls his cruise agent, tells them where they want to go. They tell him what's booked. You have to.
Yeah, she definitely holds this man in high esteem just because this nigga got a travel agent. Fuck. How many people got a cruise agent? Anybody who travels. There's actually a program where you can live on a cruise for $75,000 a year. All expenses paid, obviously. You know, you get free food, free amenities, all that stuff. So
Remember, he paid for that initial was me, him, and his mother.
And then after that cruise, you all flew to Aruba and spent a couple days in a hotel there, correct?
Right, and his mother was not happy.
He
and we left her
initially paid
behind.
for that. He initially paid for that.
For Aruba, yes, ma'am.
So let's talk about both of those. I know he initially paid for it.
guys, hit the PayPal, hit the Cash App, hit the Super Trap. We're going to go to a brief intermission. So show some love and we'll be right back.
What's good, Shadow Realm? It's your boy Janquavius Jackson, and y'all already know I'm demonetized and shadow banned in this bitch. So if you want to contribute, go to the Cash App, the PayPal, the GoFundMe, or join the Patreon. Also, don't forget to visit the merch store for all your favorite BGZM News 17 gear, including our exclusive Trump is a Blood t-shirt. Go fast before they sell out. They are already flying off the shelves, no cap. And remember, these super gremlins are on demon time.
Did you pay him back?
For the cruise and for Aruba, yeah, I gave him his money before we ever went on that trip.
You gave him cash before you ever went on the trip?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so when you got cash to pay him back on these,
So she gave him money before they went on the trip. So it's sounding really fishy because at first she said that she reimbursed him for the trip after the fact. But now she's saying she gave him money before the trip. So did he use that money that you gave him before the trip to pay for the trip? And then you reimburse him again? So you're double dipping and paying him double the amount of the trip?
these trips, would you go to the ATM?
No, lady.
You would not go to the ATM?
No.
Okay. So
She called her lady. No, lady.
pay him back on these trips, would you go to the ATM?
No, lady.
You would not go to the ATM?
Wow.
No.
Okay. So Fulton County pays you direct deposit, I assume?
Yes, Fulton County and the state of Georgia both pay me direct deposits.
Okay. So the cash that you would pay him, you wouldn't get it out of the bank?
I have money in my house.
You have money in your house. So it was just money that was there.
When you meet my father, he's going to tell you as a woman, you should always have, which I don't have. So let's don't tell him that.
So here you go. You should always have, which I don't have. Which one is it? Do you have the cash at the crib or do you not have the cash at the crib? She is so pissed off. And this is the lean that those black women in the shade room comments were talking about. The lean. And they think that this is a sign of strength when it's actually a sign of weakness. When you are attentive and you're focused and you're confident, you sit upright. You sit upright in your chair. You sit forward. You lean forward to address any and all accusations. But you can tell she's very uncomfortable here and trying to seem relaxed.
You should have at least 6 months in cash at your house at all times. Now, I don't know why this old black man
This touching of the cheek is a nervous tick as well. Very nervous tick.
feels like that, but he does. When we were growing up, my daddy had 3 safes in the house. So my father's bought me a lockbox, and I always keep cash in the house. Now, I don't do it to the degree that my father would do it, so he would probably be ashamed with me, but I always have cash at the house. That has been, I don't know, all my life. If you're a woman and you go on a date with a man, you better have $200 in your pocket. So if that man acts up, you can go where you want to go. Like, keep
So
cash.
here's the feminist programming that she is implementing in this testimony. I'm a strong, independent woman. I always keep money on me just in case the man ain't gonna do what he say he gonna do.
My house, and I don't keep cash as good in my purse like I used to. 'Cause I don't go on many dates, but when you go on a date, you should have cash.
Yeah, you don't go on many dates because you already have a situationship. See, women, in this case, she's like, oh, I don't go on many dates, and it's because I'm the DA and I'm so busy and I'm a strong, independent woman. No, it's because you have somebody fulfilling your sexual desires already. So a lot of women like to depict, oh, I'm not dating anybody and I'm single and I can do what I want and all this stuff. But in reality, it's like you have a man who you're having sex with. So you don't go on dates because you're getting flued out and paying for a nigga who is, piping you. Shout out to GG Ryder with the $10 Cash App.
Hold on. Hello? Where we at? Oh, you want to know where I'm at? We outside!
I'm sorry, I meant the $10 super trap. He says, I'm still banned on Cash App for a comment on a tip I paid to Tech M Chuck. He exposed the Marxist Black Panthers. Maybe I can evade with my Cash App ban with an alt phone number. Yeah, that's a possibility, or you could try PayPal. But yeah, Cash App is, they're definitely very sensitive, and they'll ban you for pretty much anything.
So my question was, where did that cash originally come from? If it didn't come out of the bank?
Cash is fungible. We've had cash for years in my house. So for me to tell you the source of when it comes from, when you go to Publix and you buy something, you get $50, you throw it in there. When it's been my whole life. When I took out a large amount of money on my first campaign, I kept some of the cash of that. Like, to tell you, I just have cash in my house. I don't have as much today as I would normally have, but I'm building back up now. So you just put money in. It's a very good practice. I would advise it to all women.
So you can't identify when you came into this cash or where the cash came from?
I didn't say I couldn't identify it. No, nobody gives me anything. I am sure that.
So she's saying that loose change from random grocery trips is what she has used to pay for these trips. Absolutely ridiculous.
That the source of the money is always the work, sweat, and tears of me. What you asked me for is, when did the money go in there? What I am trying to tell you is, so I got divorced in 2005 from my husband. And no, it's important. You said, where did the money come from? And I need to tell you where the money came from. And so for many, many years, I have kept money in my house. That money in my worst days has probably only been $500 or $1,000. At my best days, I probably had $15,000.
So she's saying she saved money from 2005 all the way up to 2024. And that money is being used to pay for these extravagant trips. Oh, man, this is insane.
Cash. At all times, there's going to be cash in my house or wherever I'm laying my head.
The money that you paid Mr. Wade, the cash, in October of 2022, you do not know where that money came from.
I do know where it came from. It came from my sweat and tears.
You know which job it came from. Did it come from Fulton County or did it come from a private job?
It came from, what are you talking about? So it could have come from a private job because before I was DA, I was in private practice. So I earned money during that time period. It's probably in there.
You don't know
could have, what do you mean I don't know where it came from?
I understand the situation. We can move on.
Okay, thanks. Same with Aruba. You don't know where that cash came from either, right?
Ma'am, you are mischaracterizing my testimony greatly. I'm not going to allow you to mischaracterize my testimony. I know that I keep money in my house. The amounts of money I gave Mr. Wade, it was never that serious. I don't think I've ever handed him more than $2,500 in a reimbursement. So we're not talking about $20,000 in cash. I don't have $20,000 in cash right now. The most I ever gave him, I know I gave him $2,500 when we went to Belize because we went to one hotel and then we went to a second hotel. That $2,500 I actually gave him while we were still in Belize. I know that the Aruba trip, the one that you described with his mom, I think I gave him about $2,000 for that trip for like total.
His mom went to Aruba with you?
The Aruba trip. So I consider that to be one trip. So we got off of a cruise ship and then we went to Aruba, which is why I cannot remember is that the time that we had to stay in Miami to wait for the flight for Aruba. So I consider that one trip, that we didn't like come back to Atlanta and leave. We flew down to Miami. We got on a cruise ship. We spent a couple of days with his mama. We came back to Miami. When we came back to Miami, either that day or the next day, we flew to Aruba. We spent a few days in Aruba and we came back. That was really one trip though. Even though we went two places, it was one trip.
So let's talk about the California trip. Is that when you were moving your daughter out to California? When you all went, or did you have two trips to California?
My daughter doesn't live in California.
Did she ever live in California?
I'm not discussing to you the location of my child.
So
Okay.
How many times did you go with Mr. Wade to California?
Once.
And you all stayed in Napa Valley and he paid for the plane tickets and the hotel?
He paid for the plane tickets and the hotel.
And what did you pay for on that trip?
I gave him much less cash that time, probably $400 or $500, and then I paid for a bunch of stuff. I think we did 2 different wine tours that you do, which are pretty expensive. I think I bought him. He likes wine. I don't really like wine, to be honest with you. I like Grey Goose. I bought him a bottle of wine while we were there, and the sippings that you do.
Oh yeah, she definitely be in the club talking about something. I like Grey Goose. Lord have mercy. This bitch be in sections in a club in Atlanta, going to District and Tongue and Groove. Y'all know what I'm talking about.
I remember how like 4 or 5 different places you go. I remember we went to this place that they do pairings. That was the most expensive thing that I think that we did while we were there. So they would pair champagne chocolate and champagne chocolate and caviar. It was a three, and it was like three different things. Sweden, Russia, someplace else. I'll make that up. But
Damn, this sounds really, really nice. I wonder if the taxpayers got to taste some of this.
that was the most expensive thing we did that trip, and I paid for that.
You pay cash
for us doing that? Yeah, I think that trip did not cost me a lot of money. I might have took like $750 in cash on me because we weren't gone very long.
Ain't no way.
And
I'd only ask if you paid in cash. I don't even know the amounts.
when I travel, I always take cash.
And is the cash that you keep in your house, or do you keep it at the condo that you're living in?
So at that point, it wouldn't be at my house, and I'm sorry if I was not clear. The money would be wherever I laid my head. So I wouldn't leave the money at the house. So if I was unclear, no, money's gonna be where I stay.
How much did you pay for your trip to Panama?
To where?
Panama, I believe.
I didn't go to Panama.
I may have the location wrong.
I never went to Panama.
So
Mr. Wade went to Panama with his frat brother.
Oh, he went to Panama with his frat brothers. So tell me about, let's see. So I want to make sure I've got them. I've got Belize. You already covered Belize. You covered the.
So let me tell you our real trips. In October, we went on the cruise with his mom. We got back from the cruise with his mom and we went to Aruba. I consider that one trip. Second trip, New Year's Eve, we went on a cruise to the Bahamas. That's the second trip. I'll make sure I get this right. Third trip, 100% on me. I think it might have been $200 on that entire trip. We went to
Damn, she tricking.
That was my trip. That was, his 50th. And then Napa Valley, we went around May. I don't know the dates, but it seems to me like it was close to Mother's Day.
And those are the only trips?
So the record is complete. I can remember one time driving to, where were we? South Carolina, and we met my sister for lunch with her man.
When was that?
I don't know, but we didn't stay the night there. But I guess people would consider that a trip if you drive somewhere and you come back. That was insane because it was like 5 hours to drive. We ate lunch and we drove right back. I can remember driving to some little town in Georgia. I don't even know where I was. I had never been there before or after. There's some boat you can get on over to, and they're like a slave thing. If that gives anyone any reference, we didn't do that. I remember doing that. I remember driving one time to Charlotte. We had lunch with one of my very close girlfriends. And again, we drove to Charlotte, met my girlfriend for lunch, and drove right back. So that's a trip. We didn't stay the night there, but I just want to be complete in my testimony. We drove someplace, had lunch, drove back. I don't remember another driving someplace distant for lunch and coming back to Charlotte to see a girlfriend, to meet my sister in South Carolina. We went by ourselves when I told you about that remote place in Georgia. We could have driven someplace else and had lunch and came back, but that's all that comes to my recollection right now. There could have been another place we drove and had lunch. My security team was very clear to me. I'm not to be out and about in Atlanta without them. And so for me to do something just very normal that a normal person would get to do, if they weren't prosecuting this case, I got to drive 4 hours to do it.
And that's what I was going to ask you. Your security detail, did they take you to and from your house?
So I haven't been able to enjoy my home.
Condo, I'm sorry.
Since March of
where you lay your head? Did they take you to and from where you lay your head?
99% of the time.
Would they take Mr. Wade to and from wherever you laid your head?
That has never in the history of ever happened, ever, okay?
Your security team has never taken him?
From my house? That's a lie.
I'm asking if they've ever taken him in.
And I'm telling you that that's never happened.
So your security team has never taken Mr. Wade
My security team has never taken Mr. Wade from any place where I have lived and brought him here. Never, not once, not ever.
Have they ever taken the two of you together?
To where?
Anywhere.
Well, we've left this building and gone to lunch, but I go to lunch so rarely that is a very rare occasion. I am sure, and let me be clear, it wouldn't just be Mr. Wade. So I'm sure my security team has taken me to lunch. Probably been a time I've left here 7 o'clock, gone to get something to eat. And I don't even know that they would have taken him or if he would have driven himself, but they've taken me to do that. But we're talking very few, very far in between. Most days I don't even eat lunch. And when I do, it's because my assistant has heated up some bags.
Now that's some cap. Look at how big she is talking about some most days I don't eat lunch.
Then I eat through meetings and eat in my office. It's not a practice of mine to go to lunch.
During the time period that you were dating, would your security team ever take you two together anywhere?
No.
Never.
If there was a lunch that occurred that I just described, if there was a meal that occurred that I just described, anything outside of that, and it needs to be very clear. Not often, once, twice, because I want to be over-inclusive. I'm saying once or twice. I'm not certain that it happened, but I'd rather be over-inclusive with you.
So your office objected to us getting Delta records for flights that you may have taken when Mr. Wade.
Well, no. I object to you getting records. You've been intrusive into people's personal lives. You're confused. You think I'm on trial. These people are on trial for trying to steal an election in 2020. I'm not on trial, no matter how hard you try to put me on trial.
So my question was, do you have any problem?
I object to getting any personal records of
Here goes the attitude. Here it comes. It's erupting. Woo! She hot, boy. She is upset. And this is what happens when you confront these black women in their lies. Getting the truth out of this woman is like pulling teeth. She is hot, upset, agitated, talking about these people are on trial, not me. You're about to be.
We're not dealing with privilege through a witness.
And I'm not, no, I'm not dealing with privilege. What we had offered to put them in camera for the court to review, and I just want to know if she has any
That's not
problem.
something to do with a witness.
Okay, you have to file as part of your job something called an income and financial disclosure report, correct?
That's correct.
And you filed your first one, so you filed 2 to date, is that right?
Is it 2 or 3? I probably would have filed 21, 22, and maybe I haven't filed 23 yet, because isn't it due like June of the next year?
April, I believe. So you filed, let's see, you filed your first one, it looks like April 15th, 2022, and your second one, April 17th, 2023. Does that sound familiar?
That I don't remember the dates, but you're an officer of the court. I'm gonna hope you're telling the truth now.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Thank you. I already gave the state a copy, exhibit 20 and 21.
Can somebody bring me some? Yeah. Guys are getting a little old.
God, she's so nervous.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Those are the ones that you filed.
This looks like me for sure. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Should we move to admit 20 and 21?
I think you need to delineate which ones. Which
20
ones which.
is 2021, so it accounts for the time period, Your Honor, January the 1st, 21 through December the 31st, 2021. That is Defendant's Exhibit 20. Defendant's Exhibit 2021, it accounts for the time period, January the 1st, 2022 through December the 1st of 2022.
All right. Any objection to exhibits 20 and 21?
Nope.
Sorry.
From other counsel? Admitted without objection.
When did your personal relationship with Mr. Wade end?
Our personal relationship ended in this year. So let's be very clear so that we don't.
It ended because they got exposed. Because she's even more agitated because she ain't had dick in a while. That's really what it is.
Mix words. I don't want to mix words in here. Mr. Wade is my friend right now. Mr. Wade, I would say, has been my friend since 2020. I think he started out as like a mentor and a professional colleague. He became my friend and somebody that I really respected. I feel very indebted to Mr. Wade for taking on.
Wow. This is not good for saying she feels indebted to Mr. Wade for, 1, piping her out, and for 2, taking on this case that he is not qualified for. So is that why taxpayers had to pay him almost $1 million and 2,600 billable hours? It's crazy.
The task of this job. And he is certainly my friend and one of the people that I respect the most. So if you ask about a personal relationship, I consider myself to have a personal relationship right now, Mr. Wade. I consider myself to have a personal relationship with Anna Cross. I consider myself to have a personal relationship with Mr. Abadi. I consider myself to have a personal relationship with Andrew Evans.
Okay,
And how many of those guys are you fucking though? That's what we mean by personal relationship, aka romantic relationship, aka sexual relationship.
Yes, so I have a personal relationship with him as we speak right now. I don't think that's what you're asking. I think that's what you're asking.
When did your romantic relationship with Mr. Wade end? When did it end?
Me and Mr. Wade, we are good friends. My respect for him has grown over these 7 weeks of attacks.
What the fuck?
We are very.
She is not answering. She's looking to the ground. This is a nervous take. This is I mean, I'm not going to say that she's lying because she's saying things that are on the edge or verge of plausible deniability, but she's searching for the answers by looking away, looking right into the ground to find what she is trying to say. People who understand and are telling the truth don't have to look away to tell the truth, right? She's looking straight toward the ground so she doesn't have to make eye contact when she omits or evades the truth.
Very good friends. I think, but for these attacks, it would have been a friendship that, as life goes, you would have stopped having. I think that you have cemented that we'll be friends till the day we die.
Damn, look at that smile from the attorney in the blue.
I think that you have cemented that we'll be friends till the day we
Damn, she fine.
die.
We just have an answer to the question.
I can handle Mr. Seda. Let's have it.
She asked about a personal relationship.
She asked when the romantic relationship ended. That's the question.
It's sometime in, I'd say late summer of 2023. So I don't believe men, so if this is what you're really asking about, this is the salacious.
My question is, when's the last time that nigga fucked? That's what I would ask. When is the last time he hit them cheeks? When's the last time he bust you down? When the last time he had you bent over in that condo, papping that fanny out?
All of this, right?
No, I'm just asking about your romantic relationship. When you stopped dating?
I think that me and Mr. Wade, so he's a man. He probably would say June or July.
What the fuck does him being a man have to do with anything when it comes to the ending or the termination, the termination date of your sexual relationship? It has nothing to do with him being a man. The question is, when's the last time y'all fucked?
I would say we had a tough conversation in August. So that men in relationships at the end of physical intimacy, women in relationships when that tough conversation takes place.
And
So when's the last time y'all fucked? That's really the question.
where, when did he come to, I guess, the condo? I'm not sure what you called it, condo apartment. Would he come and stay at that condo or visit you there? I'm sorry, visit you there.
What condo, what apartment? I want to be clear.
So not your house. I know you classified one as house and one as condo. So I'm trying to use those terms.
So there's been more. See, what you don't understand is because of this case, I got to move. And so I
If you could ask a more precise
yes,
question.
please give me the time period.
Mr. Wade visits you at the place you laid your head.
And she's trying to make it seem like MAGA supporters are threatening her life and all this kind of stuff. Complete bullshit. Complete bullshit. The people who are threatening her life are the YSL gang members. Period. She's like, oh, because of this case, I got to move. No, it's because of your YSL case. The niggas are threatening you. It's not MAGA guys. We don't give a fuck.
Has he ever visited you at the place you laid your head?
So let's be clear, because you lied in this. Let me tell you which one you lied in. Right here. I think you lied right here. No. This is the truth, Judge. And it is a lie. It is a lie.
You hear it? No. This is true. This is true.
Mr. Seda, thank you. We're going to take 5 minutes. We'll be back in 5.
How often did Mr. Wade visit you at a place where you were living between 2019 and 2021?
So you want to start with the lie that he lived with me in South Fulton in 2019, a home he's never been to? That's one lie you told me to document. No,
Judge, I didn't ask her about that.
Ms. Merchant, I want you to ask a very precise question. I think she's saying and answering that he did not live with her. So why don't we break that up into smaller parts?
And I didn't ask about living.
But you put in your, while we're talking about professionalism, while we're talking about professionalism, she put in 3 different documents he lived with me.
Full opportunity to respond.
And filed that with the court.
In 2019.
He's never been to South Fulton. In 2019, I lived in South Fulton. He has never been to my residence in 2019, ever, not once.
In 2019.
Shout out to Caesar D with the $3 PayPal. He says, I hope this proves to young brothers that hoes ain't winning.
Hold on. Hello? Where we at? Oh, you want to know where I'm at? We outside!
Right, man. I mean, this just shows that a lot of these women, not all, but a lot of these women are smashing their way to the top and smashing their way through positions of power. And she really fucked up here.
He's never been to your residence, any place.
I lived in my home in South Fulton before I started getting the threats that were here, a house I paid for with my own sweat and tears. I'm no longer able to live there. But in 2019, I did. And in the 2 months of 2019 that I knew Mr. Wade, 3 months, the beginning of October, all of November, and all of December, Mr. Wade never came to my house in South Fulton. Let me help you out. I lived there in 2020. He never came to my house in 2020, let alone live with me, as you put falsely in these documents. In the first 3 months of 2021, when I could still enjoy my home, Mr. Wade never came to South Fulton, and it is certainly a lie that he lived with me.
So in 2020, so you said 2019, 2020. Did Mr. Wade ever visit you at a place that you
He has
resided?
never been to my home in South Fulton. 2020 was before I knew that a phone call was going to be made and I was going to have to abandon my home. As a result thereof, he never visited, lived at, came to, or has seen South Fulton.
You qualified that with your home in South Fulton.
That's where I lived in 2020.
2020, did he ever visit you at a place that you resided?
Okay, I don't understand you. Yeah. In 2020, I lived in South Fulton.
Okay.
That's the only place I lived in South Fulton. That's before I had to abandon my home, Judge.
All right.
And at my
Well,
home in
we're
South
gonna clarify
Fulton,
this. We'll break it down.
he never came there, okay? So if you don't come someplace, you can't live there.
Ms. Willis, that's, I'm gonna have to caution this. This is gonna be my first time out to caution. I'm going to listen to the questions as asked. And if this happens again and again, I'm gonna have no choice but to strike the testimony. So I need to break this down. Ms. Merchant's question, I believe, is asking whether you lived anywhere other than South Fulton.
I did not live anywhere but South Fulton, Georgia in 2020. That is before I began my prosecution of this case, and it was my plan to only live there.
Did Mr. Wade ever visit you at the condo that you leased from Ms. Yurdi?
He visited that condo, yes.
He did.
Yes.
There you go.
Did he ever spend the night at that condo?
No.
Just visited.
Bro, that's gotta be cap. It's gotta be cap, bro.
But he did visit for sure.
Did you ever go out to eat together, other than the lunches you talked about,
In
during
2020?
2019 or 2020?
I would think that we probably went to lunch, but it wouldn't have been, let me think, 2019. I'm gonna say, I don't know, I'm gonna say we probably broke bread someplace in 2019. I don't remember it, but it seemed like we would have broke bread sometime in 2019.
Broke bread.
So I'm gonna say yes, although I have no recollection. But it seems to me like I go out to eat and drink with pretty much everyone, so I'm gonna say yes.
So outside of the vacations that we've already talked about, did you ever go out to dinner with Mr. Wade?
I mentioned to you that
I'm going to object as to what time period. We're asking very big questions. I thought we were treating the witness as hostile on 6/11. We're no longer doing that. So we're going to go back and forth. We need to be more specific with our questions if we're going to treat her as hostile.
All right, Ms. Merchant, it's not so much, I think you can elect between leading and open-ended questions, but I think we are still wondering about, and I think we need to get back on track of focusing on the financial benefit or the relationship.
And my next question about if you did, who paid when you went out to dinner?
He paid, I paid.
You both paid.
Okay, so let me be real clear. We didn't say, oh, the bill is $102. You give $51, I'll give $51. I don't operate like that with my girlfriends. I don't operate like that with anyone. He caught the bill, I caught the bill, whomever.
Did you ever pay him through Cash App?
No.
You only ever paid him through cash?
Well, yes, we're talking about, I'm very confused.
You've
now,
never
like-
given Mr. Wade money through Cash App?
No.
The only money you've ever given him outside of a contract is cash.
I didn't give him money in a contract, so that was cute, but I didn't give him money outside in a contract. What happened? No, we don't answer it since you said it.
Uh-oh.
He worked more hours than he was paid, and the county paid him for the work that he did. So don't be cute with me and then think that you're not going to get an answer.
And I will ask you about the contract in a minute. I asked you about cash. Did you ever pay him anything? And I'm trying to qualify my questions. I'm not talking about the contract with Fulton County that was paid. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about outside of that. Did you ever pay him anything other than cash?
I've only given him cash a few times in the course of what we're talking about.
So
if we would go to dinner, if we would go to dinner, I wouldn't give him cash because he paid for dinner or I paid for dinner. I've given him cash only a few times in life, probably 4. Probably.
Getting through this testimony is very difficult. I want to transition really quickly and then we'll come back. I want to transition to her friend that she was talking about who allowed her to use this condo, because this infamous condo was actually initially leased by this woman here. And this is what she has to say about the relationship between Miss Fani Willis and Nathan Wade.
Can you hear me okay? Ma'am, let me be very specific. Did you talk with Miss Willis about her romantic relationship with Mr. Wade?
Yes.
Did Miss Willis tell you on more than one occasion that she was engaged in a romantic relationship with Mr. Wade prior to you leaving the district attorney's office?
Did she tell me or did I observe?
I'm straight right now with the tell me.
Yes.
Did she tell you that in the year of 2020?
Yes.
In the year of 2021?
Yes.
Are you certain that Ms. Willis told you about the romantic relationship with Mr. Wade prior to November 1st of 2021?
Yes.
Now, did you also have observations of Mr. Wade and Ms. Willis together prior to November 1st of 2021?
Yes.
And are those observations, were those in a social setting?
Yes.
And did you observe them do things that are common among people having a romantic relationship?
Yes.
Such as, can you give us an example?
Hugging, kissing, just affection.
All before November 1st of 2021, correct?
Yes.
That's all I have.
So there you have it. And even Fani Willis in her testimony says that it only takes one witness to prove a fact in the court of law. And she literally states that. So indeed, their relationship started in 2019.
The most money I've ever handed him is $2,500. The least amount of money I've handed him, probably between $500 and $1,000.
You never wrote him a check?
Ma'am, I don't have checks.
Okay. So you have no proof of
She doesn't have checks? Are you absolutely kidding me? You're a grown-ass woman. You don't have a checkbook. This is bullshit.
any reimbursement for any of these things because it was all cash, right?
The testimony of one witness is enough to prove a fact.
So my question was, do you have any proof?
Can we subpoena text messages? I mean, what are they doing? This is a slam dunk. She should recuse herself. She should face federal fraud charges. And she should be disbarred.
Is that what you're intimating right here?
I'm asking if you have any proof that you paid him any of these
The proof is what I just told you.
You have no written proof. Is that correct?
So I have some, probably some transactions like in Belize. I probably spent $500 on my card in Belize. I spent I can't remember, $900 on each of our tickets to go to Belize. I did the $700. I probably got some minor expenses in Aruba that would be on a card. But for the most part, for those trips, other than, so the 2 cruises, I gave him money for those before we ever left. Because they were let me answer.
Well, the question was if you had any written proof. And so
I've answered you that I've had written
we
proof.
can move to the next question. If you've answered if you had any written proof, then that was my question.
I want to make sure that we're clear that for the 2 cruises,
Judge, I asked if she gave him written proof.
We're not going to talk over the show. Ms. Merchant, she answered your question, so we can ask the next question. Ms. Willis and Ms. Cross will have plenty of opportunities to let you clarify answers when it's her turn.
Thank you, Judge. Knowing your role as district attorney, you know that public funds are scrutinized and money is scrutinized and things like that. You understand?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
You understand you're under a microscope. You have reporting requirements, all of those types of things. You have no record other than your testimony of the money that you've given Mr. Wade.
You've already asked that question. Let's keep going.
When you took office, you had a tax lien of $4,600. Did you pay that with cash when you made that tax lien whole?
I probably paid through however you pay.
However you
So
pay.
you're saying that you had amounts of cash. You still had that lien in 2022 when you were giving Wade and going on these trips. So the cash that you gave him, that could have been used to pay this tax lien off?
You gonna tell me how to pay my bills?
Wow.
Ms. Merchant, are you trying to establish that she was insolvent in some way?
I definitely was trying to establish that she did not have these mass amounts of cash that she's talking about, yes.
All right. Re-ask the question.
You had a tax lien in 2022, $4,600.
Did you say I did?
And you did not use this cash that you had to reimburse Mr. Wade to pay that off, correct?
No. I went shopping too when I didn't pay it all.
And you talked about, you gave a lot of interviews to some authors and what's called finding the right?
I would not characterize it as a lot. I probably have spoken to them 2 or 3 times.
I think it's already come up that finances are discussed in the book. I'll overrule that.
Thank you.
Ms. Wilson, you can continue your answer.
What came up with Mr. Wade as these hearsay statements that he was asked about in relation to what Ms. Willis may or may not have said in relation to an author. So it's not relevant to the testimony that's occurring this time.
I think Ms. Merchant has said that inside the book, she also makes a statement as to her own finances, and that's that issue.
So you gave interviews to the authors of this book, correct?
Once or twice.
Okay. And
just to be comprehensive.
Just to let you guys know, this is extremely embarrassing for the city of Atlanta, and I wish I didn't have to cover this, and I wish she didn't make the mistakes that she did, because I had high hopes for Fani Willis when she, initially went and did this thing, man, and went after YSL. I had high hopes, and I thought that she was going to do the right thing, and obviously she disappointed me. That's why I'm going so hard on her now. It's crazy, man.
Was 2 or 3 times, I think.
You were quoted in the book, and I will give you a chance to say if this is a misquote. You were quoted, when they asked you about if you wanted to run for office for DA, you were quoted, "I really don't want to be financially effed up again." Do you remember saying that?
So what that refers to,
My question first is if you remember saying that.
I remember saying something similar to that, but I would like to be able to explain what that's in reference to. That's not in reference to anything else. It was a huge sacrifice to be district attorney in Fulton County. Huge. I was doing just fine. I had a municipal court judgeship that was paying me $100-something a year, and like you got to show up twice a week. Easiest thing I've ever done in life. I also had private clients that were paying me to represent them, so I was able to have a law practice and that. Raising 2 daughters by myself, there were times in life where things were hard, and so I was telling people, I don't really run for DA. I don't want to run for DA. I'm in a good position right now. I got this easy job that I enjoy, being the chief judge of the city of South Fulton. I'm making money at the law firm, and I'm not sure that I want to make the sacrifice. And why does it always have to be me? Eventually, I prayed. I think that I was the appropriate person. I think that I did that. So when you're referring to that, what I'm saying is, why should I make a sacrifice again? And what I was not talking about is being district attorney. Once you get elected district attorney, you're in a fine financial position. I make over $200,000 a year. What I was talking about is I ran for judge. When I ran for judge, I took $50,000 of my personal money out of my retirement, and that money ended up being lost. And I know when you bet on yourself, you're going to have to bet money on yourself. And so what I was talking about was not wanting to go through the personal financial expense of running for office. By no means did I think that I was going to be financially in a bad position once I won. Let's talk about what I was up against, because it's important to understand that comment. I had a district attorney who had been here for 24 years. And people, no, it's very relevant as to what my mindset was about this. So I'm trying to answer your question. So what I was
especially when these hoes try and explain their mindset in doing wrong, that's when you know they're guilty. Like all of these things, all these buzzwords, all these talking points that she's using they're indicative of what we speak about on this channel, Black Gen Z, and on the Reclaim Your Throne channel, when these women get caught in a lie.
Taylor, so it's a finance.
Right, but it is about my finances. If I didn't, nobody put me in the seat. So I had already run for office once. I had spent $50,000 of my own money running, and it was vamoose, nothing. And so when I'm talking to those offers, I'm talking about the contemplation of the sacrifice of the run, not the sacrifice of once you become DA. The odds were against me. I was likely going to lose the election based on who I was running against. So that needs to be in the appropriate context.
Isn't it true that the authors also wrote, and you can dispute this if you'd like, that you were broke after that race?
The 2018 race. Yes. Yeah, that was a hard race. I wasn't broke like I didn't have any. So broke is relative to depending where you are, but that hurt to lose that $50,000. So I'm sure my mental mindset was like, I just gave $50,000 away.
Right. So they characterized it from their conversations with you that you were broke, you had poured your own money into the campaign, and you weren't able to pay your own bills because of your clients couldn't pay their bills to you, and you had a paltry array of family and asset forfeiture cases. It says you were trying to make it month to month. Is that an accurate depiction of your financial situation at that point?
I would want to read that, but I don't remember clients not being able to pay their bills. Or you can.
You may.
I have not read this book.
Is she saying she hasn't read her own book?
So like this fact here, her ex-husband Fred had run into a financial, I have no information.
So this is literally a book that she allegedly wrote and she hasn't read it. This is crazy.
Yes, we got that. I just asked about what they represent from their interviews with you, that you were broke and that you had clients that weren't able to pay their bills.
Can you show me where that is? Because this is where you put the tab, so that's where I read.
Broke, couldn't pay their bills.
Yeah, I'm sure I characterize myself as broke as leaving that $50,000. I don't know that I had her nascent law practice at paltry rep. I didn't have. I thought I had a law practice. So this is not correct. I'm sure it's just I didn't have any asset forfeiture cases. So I had one case where they had took one of my clients' money at the airport. I don't know if that's what they're carrying. I don't know. Paltry rate. I did have family law cases. I guess that's what they're talking about. And clients who couldn't pay their bills ain't clients. So no.
So My question was just if this was a fair and accurate representation where it says you were trying to make it month to month at that point.
No, I don't think that that is actually a fair and accurate representation, but I am certain that after the 2018 election, I'm still not really happy about having given up that 50,000.
You know when you paid your tax lien?
I don't.
You don't? Do you know if you paid it?
I know I paid some taxes. I don't know. I don't want to speculate.
Did you tell anyone at Fulton County Board of County Commissioners about your relationship with Mr. Wade?
No.
Did you disclose your relationship to anybody at Fulton County?
No, I don't think so.
And she actually has a civic duty to disclose this relationship, especially if she is, hiring him to prosecute a case that she is overseeing.
And as the chief law enforcement officer of Fulton County, I assume that you're familiar with the county code and ordinances?
I've said we're not going to cover that in this hearing, Mr. Motion.
I'm sorry, Judge?
We said we weren't going to cover the county regulations.
Okay, and I won't. Let me ask you this then. So are you aware that you're required to disclose any relationship with someone that you contract with in Fulton County?
The court filed ruling the next morning.
Would this be different because it's a potential for impeachment?
Yes.
What did you ask me?
So you heard the judge. He said the fact that they weren't going to address the county regulations, which I don't know why, because those regulations actually set the standard for how an employee is supposed to conduct themselves, especially if they're sitting in the highest court in that county. So the judge said that the opposing lawyer objected and said that they weren't going to cover these regulations and basically the rules of employee conduct for the county. And she reframes the question and she ends up asking her, are you aware that you should have disclosed this relationship? And then because the opposing attorney doesn't want this question answered, he pleads to the judge that it's the same line of questioning as the Fulton County regulations, which the judge actually strikes him down and says, no, it's actually not the same line of questioning because this question can essentially be grounds for impeachment when answered. So this is why she double asked it, because she heard impeachment and then she asked, oh, can y'all repeat the question, or what did you say? Like she didn't hear it. This is what hoes do when they get caught in a lie. They act like they didn't hear the question. Like you ask them, a simple, okay, did you sleep with Nathan Wade in 2019? What'd you say? That's how they be, huh? What'd you say? I didn't hear the question. Can you repeat the question? And it's audible enough. They obviously heard it, but they just are. It's a stalling tactic.
Within Fulton County.
The court filed ruling the next morning.
Would this be different because it's a potential for impeachment?
Yes.
What did you ask me?
Mr. Merchant,
You heard that. She acting like she didn't hear the question. Get the fuck out of here.
I'm sorry, Judge?
we said we weren't going to cover the county regulations.
Okay, and I won't. Let me ask you this then. So are you aware that you're required to disclose any relationship with someone that you contract with in Fulton County?
The court filed ruling the next morning.
Would this be different because it's a potential for impeachment?
Yes.
So you heard the judge. He said this line of questioning would be different from the county regulation question because there's potential for impeachment if she answers this question. Yes, I was aware.
What did you ask me?
Mr. Merchant, if you could re-ask the question.
Okay. Are you aware that Fulton County requires you to disclose any relationship with someone that you're doing business with?
I'm not aware, and I know often that things are confused with state constitutional officers in county, but I'm not aware.
Okay. So it's your understanding that you don't have a duty to disclose the
She's
relationship.
answered that question. Let's keep going.
Did you keep track of this cash that you paid him at all?
What are you talking? I don't understand.
Did you keep track? Did you keep a ledger? Did you keep track of it?
So I've only given him cash, as I mentioned, 3 or 4 times. There's no ledger. This is friends handing money off to each other.
So the answer is no.
I think you've already asked whether there was any written proof whatsoever, and she's
Yes.
answered that.
Okay.
So we covered this. Let's move on.
Who were you referring to when you suggested that Mr. Roman's motion to disqualify was racially motivated?
We already said we're not talking about the forensic misconduct that's been alleged.
And
just so the record is clear, I don't believe I said that his motion was racially motivated, so I don't want that to stay there. I've never said his motion was racially motivated, so that should not be
Melissa,
true.
I think
She
it would be
wrote that.
best if we don't need to go down that road. We're going to save that for argument.
You once said that you would not engage with a personal relationship with anyone that worked for Fulton County. Is that correct?
She did say that. She absolutely said that. And I'll pull up the clip too. So let's keep going before she answers this.
An employee? Anyone that worked for Fulton County. I think I said an employee. Okay. So that's the qualification you give an employee. You would. I think that's a statement that I made. So if you want to quote me accurately. So it's your position because Mr. Wade was not an employee, or it's your position he wasn't an employee, correct? Mr. Wade is not an employee, and he will tell you that over and over again. So I'm not judging.
Jesus Christ. She can't even concede that the man that she hired as a special prosecutor is an employee. It's absolutely insane.
I'm sorry, the statement, just so I make sure I accurately quote you. What you said was you won't sleep with people who work under you. Do you not consider Mr. Wade working under you? I consider Mr. Wade to be an agent. An agent? Yeah. Right. An appointee.
Agent.
What I would think of him as.
Your point, whatever Meredith has, Ms. Merchant, is on the record. Next question. All right. Do we need any moments in a minute? Mr. Sadow.
Yeah, I'm ready to go.
All right.
I'm going to try to ask you questions that you can actually answer without having to explain. Okay.
Now this guy really eats her up, and he really gets her agitated. So let's watch this.
Yes, sir. My comprehension skills are pretty good, so we should do all right.
We shall soon see.
Oh.
If I heard you correctly, you moved into what I will refer to as the Yurti condo in either March or April of 2021. Is that correct?
Sometime between late February and April. Yes, I don't. Just so we're clear. Yes, but in that time period, you're in the ballpark. We're in the ballpark.
And is that Yurti condo? Would you say that it is in Hapeville?
It is in Hapeville. Yes, sir.
And you moved in there for safety reasons.
My father, yes, I moved in there. We were concerned. My father was terribly concerned about me continuing to live at the house. And so they were clear. People came to my house at 5 o'clock in the morning about the police brutality cases, saying I was going to have a wake-up call. There were security threats due to gang cases, and there were concerns due to the that was at the very beginning of this, looking into that. And so for all of those reasons and what was happening, my father wanted me out the house, and begrudgingly I left.
Okay, so the answer to the question was a yes for safety reasons, correct?
Those were all of the things that caused the safety concerns. I'm sorry.
I'm not questioning whether they are or are not safety concerns. I just asked that you moved into this condo, the RT condo, for safety reasons, right?
Yes.
Okay. At the time that you moved into the condo, be it from February to April of 2021,
yes,
was your father still living in your house?
Right, because my father.
That's all I ask you.
But I get to explain the answer, sir.
I don't know if there's an explanation. If I ask you, is your father still living at your house? The answer is either he was or he wasn't.
Yes, but you are going to get to argue at the end of this, as we both know.
I'm not going to argue anything. I'm going to ask.
Be able to explain why.
I'm going to.
So yes, because my father is an older gentleman, he was worried about COVID, and he stayed.
Ms. Willis, I'm going to have to say that's second time. Whenever we have to put a pause, we stop testifying, okay? You'll have a chance to explain yourself. The question was whether your father was not staying there at the time, and you're clarifying that in your answer as well. You can have a brief clarification, but it shouldn't be something that reaches well beyond the question. All right, Mr. Sadow, you can re-ask the question. We'll see where it takes us.
Okay, thank you. Was your father still living in your house at the time you moved to what I would refer to as a Yurti condo?
Yes, sir, he was, due to his concerns related to COVID.
Okay. The safety concern was that there was potential.
So let's go back in time to when Fani Willis was on the campaign and she was asked why people of Fulton County should support her for district attorney. Let's really break down exactly what she said in this case, because I think it's very important. From black woman to black woman, this is what she had to say about the corruption prior to her taking the seat of district attorney.
Because they deserve a DA that won't have sex with his employees. Because they deserve a DA that won't put money in their own pocket when it should go to benefit children. Because we deserve better.
Two things that she condemned are the same two things that she did. Let's watch this one more time.
because they deserve a DA that won't have sex with his employees, because they deserve a DA that won't put money in their own pocket when it should go to benefit children, because we deserve better.
So she said this on the campaign trail, and now here she is.
Danger at your house, is that correct?
Yes, my address had been exposed, so yes, there was concerns about potential danger at my house.
Okay, so anyone staying at your house in the time period after you went to the Yerty condo was still in danger, correct?
Yeah, well, no, he did.
I think you have to, it's your attorney, Ms. Willis. Sorry, Mr. Bott, your objection is speculation.
Yes.
To the question of whether someone was still in danger at her condo.
I can
just let her answer the question.
Or Mr. Staydon wants to rephrase.
No, yeah,
I'm not
I
sure.
was able to understand it.
I've got the objection, and then I have.
I'll withdraw the objection. You can move forward.
Okay.
So, and I don't remember the question, so I can answer it.
But you can now that the objection's been withdrawn. Can you try to answer that question?
Yes.
There's still a safety concern for people staying at the house.
Yes, I was very concerned about my father still living at the house. However, if you have dealt with an older gentleman, he was not leaving the house, despite my urging him that I thought he should leave as well. He did not want to leave the house because he was particularly worried at his age about COVID. But that became I don't want to say, I was not happy with that decision of my father's, but I can't ultimately make him leave. And he stayed there too long, in my opinion.
Okay, thank you. During that period that you left to go to the Yerty condo, did any of your children stay at your house?
So I don't think that they were there at that point. Certainly my baby wasn't there.
I'm talking about this entire period. We're talking about, if I remember correctly, and you'll correct me.
Yeah, he's really pressing her. She's not giving him as much attitude as she was giving the white woman. So you can see that she has more respect for this white man than that white woman.
Sure. You said that you stayed there at what I would call the Yerty condo until January of 2022, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm asking you in that period, which would be February to April of 2021 until January of 22, did any of your children stay at your house?
And you don't have to yell at me. I'm able to understand that. So I would ask.
So now she don't want nobody yelling when she been yelling the whole damn time. This is the bait and switch. This is the gaslighting that these modern women are trying to pull. You don't have to yell at me. Stop mansplaining type shit.
You to not yell at me. That being said, I don't actually expressly remember, but I can tell you since I have left my home, there have been times my oldest daughter came in, but I can't tell you with certainty the time window that you've said, if they did or not. And so I don't want to speculate to that, but there was some time that my oldest daughter came back, whether it was that period or after I left the Yerty residence, I'm not sure. Okay.
Okay, so if I continue to go into more detail on this, you're not going to be able to give me an answer of whether or not, in fact, any of your children were still at the house or stayed at your house during that time period, correct?
What I can give you clarity of so that we are clear is from the time I moved out in February-ish of 2021, after I left there was a time period that my oldest daughter came back. But if you're asking me, was it in that window or after, I just don't have a recollection of that because, you know, your kids come and they go. And so I don't remember the specific time period, and I apologize for that.
Did your children ever stay with you at the Yerty condo?
Like maybe a night, like for a girls' night or something, but live with, no.
Okay. Did anyone else stay with you at the Yerty condo, including Miss Yerty?
Never. Miss Yerty never lived in the condo. She met her husband and they moved. They weren't quite married, but they moved. Nobody ever lived with me in the condo. That was
my word was stayed, not lived. Stayed with you at the condo.
I guess I don't understand the distinction, but no one ever. I think my oldest child, I think she spent one night with me. Maybe my oldest and my youngest, but I think that whole time I was in that place. Other than that one night, I don't think anyone ever. It was a very lonely period.
She's sweating too. Makeup sweating off.
In my time, like I don't think anyone ever spent the night other than maybe one night. I remember a picture of my baby sitting on the couch in that place, and I'm thinking she spent that night, but just a very lonely time in life.
Okay, we'll stay with the lonely theme just for a minute.
Ooh.
Did Nathan Wade visit you at the Yerty condo from the time you moved in until he was hired on November the 1st of 2021?
So I moved out of that condo, but during that time period, I'm sure he came to visit.
he came to visit. I can remember us going, I think the restaurant's Lickety Split. I can remember him picking me up, going to Lickety Split and ordering some food and coming and sitting at my table and eating. So I remember times that he visited me at that condo. Yeah.
Could you give us an approximation of how many times Mr. Wade visited you at the condo between the time you moved in and prior to November 1 of 2020?
I don't think often, but I don't want to speculate.
Can we say more than 5, more than 10?
I'm gonna tell you the problem I'm having here.
See, she don't want to answer that because that nigga was coming through every night and clapping that damn Fanny.
Let's say more than 10, but I'm not sure that that's even accurate. He certainly has come and picked me up, gone to grab some food to eat. I don't remember him being in that condo a lot.
Okay,
I'm sorry. You want a number, and what I don't want to do.
Giving me your current and best recollection is all I'm asking for.
That's all I can give you, sir.
How many times did any of the prosecution team, how many times did Anna Cross come to that condo between the time you moved in and November 1st of 2021?
I don't think Anna's ever been to that condo.
What about any other prosecutor that's involved in the prosecution of this case?
I don't think any of them have.
Just Mr. Wade.
That's correct, sir.
But it was a lonely time.
Oh my God. That 2021. I have a lot of guilt about this time period in my life. Let me tell you why. But yes, it was a lonely time.
Oh my God.
I was very appreciative to the citizens for giving me this responsibility and this duty. But what I very, very quickly learned is that this is a very isolating job. And 2021 was a lonely time. I turned 50 in 2021. That's probably one of the worst birthdays I've ever had. I spent it alone. So I have a clear recollection of 2021 being lonely.
Okay. Did Mr. Wade ever visit you at the condo, the time period I'm talking about, prior to November of 2021, when Ms. Yerty was at the condo?
So Ms. Yerty and me, we didn't share the condo at the same time.
So the answer would be no.
But we never stayed there together, so it's an impossibility.
It's an impossibility.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, Ms. Yerty, because we need to get clarification on this. Ms. Yerty stayed in that place. There may have been a time that me and Mr. Wade went and saw Ms. Yerty, but me and Ms. Yerty never lived there together. Just so we're clear.
Well, maybe that was clear, but I'm going to have to try again.
Okay.
Was Ms. Yerty still living in the condo when you moved in?
Not a day.
Okay. So what I'm talking
misrepresentation in this. We never lived together. I never lived with Ms. Yerty.
My question, though, I'm trying to understand that after you moved in to the condo, Ms. Yerty she was out of the condo, right?
She got a house.
That's all I'm asking. She's not in the condo.
We never stay, Ms. Yerty and I never stay a day together in the condo. All of her stuff was out of the condo, and all my stuff, some of my stuff, not all of it obviously, was moved into the condo. So we never stayed there together. No, sir.
All right. So when I asked you about Mr. Wade visiting the condo when you were staying there,
yes,
Ms. Yerty wasn't staying there, correct?
That would be correct, yes.
She wouldn't be at the condo, correct?
No, she would not have been.
It would be you and Mr. Wade alone at the condo, correct?
Yes.
That is, there weren't any other witnesses to Mr. Wade and you at the condo, correct?
Yes.
No security, none of your security detail.
You see how she had that little smirk? Cause she's like, yeah, there were no witnesses to us fucking, except them little flicks Mr. Wade took on his phone of him hitting it from the back.
You at the condo, correct?
Yes.
No security, none of your security detail.
Without objection, she said it was just her and Mr. Wade.
You made your point, Mr. Sadow. Let's move on to the next one.
Yes, Your Honor. Who in the prosecution team, prior to, I guess, the motion being filed by Defendant Roman, who in the prosecution team knew of your personal relationship, and now I'm talking romantic, with Mr. Wade?
So, sir, I am extremely private.
I asked you who knew. It's not, if the answer is no one knew, that's fine.
No,
I ask you who knew.
You answer it and then explain this, Willis.
I am very private. When I supervised Mr. Body and Mr. McAfee, they didn't know who I was dating, but I can assure you I was dating somebody. So that I kept something private, that's my private life, is not any mystery to anyone. It's like a woman doesn't have the right to keep her private life private. And
What?
I'm speaking on this because there have been all these.
Now she's trying to make this seem like it's a woman's issue. No, bitch, you're fucking wrong, bruh. Like, you're wrong, and you let the people of Fulton County down. How can you be so arrogant as to not see that?
Intimations.
You still haven't answered the question, Ms. Willis.
I'm sorry, what was the question there, Your Honor?
Is there anyone else who knew about it? And then you can explain.
I don't know. I don't think so.
I certainly didn't go out telling my business to the world.
Now you know Nathan Wade. He was going back to the hood. Hey, bro, get who I'm fucking. Who? You know the DA? The one prosecuting the YSL case? Hell yeah, that bitch paid me about $1 million to fuck that ass. You know that nigga was talking.
So, the best of your recollection, you didn't inform anyone on the prosecution team that the individual that you had chosen to lead the prosecution team had a personal relationship with you.
So
Is that correct?
That's inaccurate. Your question is inaccurate.
What?
You
How is the question inaccurate?
stated that the person I chose, we had a personal relationship. So we had a friendship. We have all these distinguishing factors. Remember, when I chose him in November of 21, first of all, let's get this straight. Mr. Wade was not actually my first choice. That's no insult to him.
Oh, so now she's saying he ain't my first choice. I got plenty niggas who want to pap this fanny, honey. Wow, man. These modern women, oh God, the entitlement, the disrespect for the court system, the arrogance, the gall of her. And then, like I said, you have black women in the comment section defending this crap. It's ridiculous.
Because of the way you phrased the question, you said, when I chose him, I didn't inform people of a personal relationship. We have defined personal as romantic. It is an inaccurate way to state the question.
Then I will certainly restate it so it is very accurate.
Okay, and please do not yell at me.
You hired Mr. Wade for the first time on November 1st of 2021, correct?
2021, yes,
Okay.
sir.
Your testimony is, whether one accepts it or not,
Yeah, he ain't playing with that shit. That's why he's getting upset, because he don't play with that attitude and that finger wagging and head. The woman, she was a little more patient with Miss Fani Willis, but this white man ain't playing. He like, ma'am, you better answer these damn questions. And you could see the fear in her eyes. Please don't yell at me. Trying to make it seem like she a victim. This woman, oh my God, she's a complete joke.
testimony is that at the time you hired Mr. Wade, there had never been a romantic relationship with Mr. Wade before you hired him, correct?
Yes, my testimony is that we were very good friends, but we're talking about sex, so let's just don't.
No, I'm not talking about, I'm saying romantic relationship doesn't necessarily have to be just sex. It can be dating, it can be holding hands, it can be any of those things that one might call romantic. I'm asking you whether or not prior to November 1st of 2021, there was a romantic relationship with Mr. Wade. That's very simple. It's either a yes or no.
I don't consider my relationship with him to be romantic. Before that, I'm not a hand holder, so no.
Wow. She's not a hand holder, yet your best friend witnessed or testified to her seeing you hold hands with him and you guys kissing. Since when have you ever met a woman who's not a hand holder? This is crazy.
Now, let's move beyond November 1st of 2021, excuse me. If I understand your testimony, there was no romantic relationship with Mr. Wade until early in 2022, whether it be January or February or March, early in 2022, correct?
I would say sometime between February and April. Yes, sir.
All right. Now I'm asking you about that time period when it became romantic.
Yes.
Okay?
Thank you.
Okay. You didn't see the need, if I understand, to tell any of the people on the prosecution team when you had established a romantic relationship with Mr. Wade, that the lead prosecutor, that is the man that was basically giving orders to others, was dating or having a romantic relationship with you, correct?
I'm going to object to relevance at this point, Your Honor.
Just say no relevance.
Just to prove or attempting to show that there is an issue on the credibility about the relationship.
Yep.
The failure to have informed anyone on her team that she was having a romantic relationship with the lead prosecutor, I suggest gives rise to that inference. That's the relevance.
The inference that
they were concealing this because it was not as it's been characterized to the court, and that in fact it started earlier than what they say.
All right, overruled. Ms. Jada.
I just want to make sure that we're clear.
Now you hear she's trying to get soft. She's going into her soft girl era now.
At least 2020, me and Mr. Wade were friends. At least that period.
Okay, I'm not talking about.
So no, I want to be clear because my credibility is being evaluated here, right? We were friends. We hung out prior to November of 2021. In November of 2021, I hired him. I do not consider our relationship to have become romantic until early of 2022. Because I don't know a date and time. I'm saying sometime between February and April of 2022. And very
So she's trying to say that they didn't fuck until 2022, which is absolutely insane.
early April of 2022. Because I know that trip that I discussed with you was like the first week of 2022. That the
Because we know these hoes ain't going 6 months without the D. I've already said this before.
relationship had become romantic. I hope that answered your question. But I can't have it where, you know, we're saying something differently.
All right, so you've established the timeline as you put it. The question originally was, at that time, did you tell any other prosecutors on the prosecution?
I never tell people at work who I'm dating.
All right, Mr. Seda.
Okay. Did you take any trips to DC with Mr. Wade?
Never.
Did you take, okay, so you have no, what I would call personal trips or business trips to DC with Mr. Wade?
I never went to DC with Mr. Wade, personal, business, otherwise, never.
Okay, so
I've never been in the District of Columbia with Mr. Wade or Maryland, Virginia, the DMV as they call it.
So as I understand it, just to be clear, any trips that you would have taken to see DC would not.
That was a pretty clear answer.
Huh?
That was a pretty clear answer. She just said no.
Twice.
So you have a variation or something new to bring up?
I'll ask it and we'll see. Did you take trips to DC that were non-business during the time period that this case or this matter was under investigation?
I'm going to object as to relevance as it relates to the matter that we're here before Your Honor.
Well, again, the question already asked is take personal or business trips. She said,
but that was with
personal
Mr.
or
Wade.
business.
That was with Mr. Wade. This I asked her alone whether she took.
Okay.
What's the
And
relevance?
what would be the relevance of that?
I'm trying to understand whether or not we have an ability to show a personal trip in which Mr. Wade is there at the same time. I understand her answer. Okay, I understand her answer, but we have documents, we have records that.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the documents, the things that.
Well, this could be something that's maybe not part of the record yet, but I think there have been other things discussed in this case, and they have evidence that Mr. Wade may have been in DC at the same time. If you want to ask about that exact specific date, Mr. Sadon, you can do that.
I would reference to the court that was not asked of Mr. Wade, anything about any trips to DC.
Sure. And so that's going to limit its merit and impact and on credibility. So, Mr. Sadon, ask the question.
Whether, I understand your testimony is you never took a trip to DC with Mr. Wade.
That's correct.
Personal or business.
That's correct.
Were you ever in DC at the same time as Mr. Wade?
I was not.
Personal or business?
No, me and Mr. Wade have not been to DC at the same time. However, since Mr. Wade has been on this case, he's been to DC. Since Mr. Wade has been on this case, I've been to DC. What has not happened is we have not been in the District of Columbia at the same time. Now, the only thing I'm not sure about with what you asked me is if I've been to DC personally, because I got a lot of personal friends in that area. But I know that I have been to DC. I did an interview at Howard University. I went to DC for that. Seems like I've been to DC one other time. Oh, I went to DC for the Global Summit. Actually, yeah, those were two separate trips.
My next question is based on her opening the door, and therefore I'll just ask it and Your Honor can decide whether or not it's appropriate. When you went to DC, did you go to the White House?
I did not go to the White House.
No, well,
Apparently I'm going to get the answer anyhow.
there you have it. Next question.
Okay. You indicated your best recollection was that your relationship with Mr. Wade, the romantic relationship, ended, you left it in August of 2023. That sound right?
That's a hard conversation. That's not the.
We've covered this. Next question.
And you characterized it as a tough conversation, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not going to get into the conversation per
We
se.
should.
Uh-oh.
Well, if he doesn't want to, we won't go there.
So she finna throw Nathan Wade under the bus and call him toxically masculine. Just watch.
Say that. Next question.
You know, it's kind of hard to say no when you've got that opportunity. But all I'm going to say is was it pre-indictment in this case?
So
we know the timeline that the indictment was delivered.
And so that we're clear, the physical relationship ended pre-indictment.
And is that when you were talking about the tough conversation?
But I'm not sure that the tough conversation didn't happen until.
That's cap. We all know that they didn't stop fucking until they got caught. I mean, it's just, there's no way that I believe that the physical relationship ended before the indictment came through.
After, but the physical relationship. So I'm sure if you ask Mr. Wade, because he's a male, he would say we ended June or July because physical contact ended then. Just in my mind, being a woman, it's over when you have that like hard conversation. I just think women and men think differently.
And I think the answer, Mr. Sadell, to your question was she's not sure.
So the red pill's about to come into this testimony. Just listen up. She already prefaced it by saying men and women think differently.
It was before or after the indictment.
I'm not sure that was her answer, but let's see if I can get specific.
That is what I said. That's what I said.
I'll let you. Next question, Mr. Sato. If you need to
Want to say one more? The romantic relationship ended before the indictment was returned. Yes or no?
To a man, yes.
To a man, yes. Wow. Now here she's trying to pin it all on him. Like women don't have personal autonomy. You're a district attorney. And you can't tell us when you can't tell us when the personal relationship ended.
To a man, yes. To you, no.
She's explained this, Mr. Sato. She's explained this.
And did the forthcoming indictment have anything to do with that? Or was it just a coincidence?
Mister, let's go on and have the conversation.
I'm just asking you whether or not it was a coincidence.
Had absolutely nothing to do with this. It's interesting that we're here about this money. Mr. Wade is used to women that, as he told me one time, the only thing a woman can do for him is make him a sandwich.
There you go.
We would have brutal arguments about the fact that I am your equal.
So here you see. So here you have it. They're having red pill arguments. Nathan Wade was a passport bro. He is red pill. And he was basically laying that red pill game down. Now, I don't agree with having these arguments and these discussions with your woman. You know, the red vitamin should not be something that you're expressing to women. It's knowledge that you hold for yourself, and then you move accordingly. But Nathan Wade felt open to have this conversation. Why? Because he was apathetic to if the relationship dissolved or not. He didn't really care. He was just he got leverage by being hired by a special to prosecute the RICO. But once he got hired, he's like, oh, I'm in there. So I really could care less if this relationship continues or not, because I have leverage, you know, because he could blow the whistle on her if worse come to worse, you know what I'm saying? And he actually, when he did file for a divorce, he sealed the divorce records. And his wife, I'm sure, his ex-wife would testify that yes, indeed, he was having a relationship with Fani Willis.
We would have brutal arguments about the fact that I am your equal. I don't need anything from a man. A man is not a plan. A man is a companion. And so there was tension always in our relationship, which is why I would give him his money back. I don't need anybody to foot my bills. The only man who's ever foot my bills completely is my daddy.
Is there anything else you would like to add to that?
No.
Sure.
I'm sure we'll talk about it further.
No, we're not going to talk about it further.
All right, no back and forth. Let's stay down. Next question.
My next question is something that has to do with what I've characterized as the church speech. Let me just tell you what the question is, because I know that's not
preserved for the record. Huh? You can preserve the question for the record, but then we'll move on.
That's correct. Thank you. When you gave
Here we go, the church speech, which we just looked at.
What I've referred to as the Martin Luther King weekend church speech. You know what I'm referring to?
A great honor of mine. That's a historic African-American church. Yes, I do.
Wow.
Did you have handwritten notes with you that you were reading from during the speech?
And on second thought, Mr. Sato, because you might have a number of questions about this, why don't we just bullet point what you would want to cover on this, reserved for the record, and then we'll move on to the next topic.
Okay.
Since I had laid out before that the forensic misconduct isn't a subject.
So do I not get an answer for that?
That's right.
Okay. Did you read your speech?
Well, no, Mr. Sato, for everything related to any forensic.
Oh, you just want to stay out of it now?
We're just not. We can do it in a bullet form if you just want to cover what you would have asked, but it's not in a question and answer format.
Okay, so I should do that at this point, or do it when you're ready?
We can do it right now, so it's fresh.
I'm going to ask her about: did she prepare the speech? Did she have notes on the speech? Did she read the speech? When did she do this? When did she write the speech? Who was she referring to when she was talking about others? Who was she referring to when she said they? Who she was referring to when she spoke in terms of their? That is.
I would love to answer those questions.
Well, Ms. Willis, you can certainly do that in some other format, but for today, that's what we decided we're not going to cover.
Who was she talking about that was playing the race card, and why she didn't tell the people at the church that she had a personal / romantic relationship with the, all due respect, the way it was characterized, the black man that she was referring to, and was the black man she referring to was that Mr. Wade? Okay. That's that area of inquiry.
Woo! He just ate her lunch. And he referenced the church speech that I showed you guys earlier. If you're just now joining the stream, go back and check that out. He just demolished her with that line of questioning, which it wasn't really a line of questioning. He had to hit bullet points, and that's pretty much all that he was able to do because, you know, obviously the objections, it's insane.
Noted for the record, Mr. Sadon. Next topic.
Okay. I realize that you testified that you have no records with regard to cash payments,
Yes.
correct?
Mhm.
Would your bank records reflect that you withdrew cash from your bank accounts during the time period of 2020, 2021, 2022, or 2023? I'm not asking you, I'm just asking whether they would reflect that you withdrew cash from any of your bank accounts.
So the exact amounts?
No, just
But yeah,
that you did.
of course, I withdrew money throughout that time period, throughout my life. I withdraw money from the bank. Yes, of course.
Talking about cash from, that is that you go to a
Cash,
bank
right.
or you go to an ATM
Cash.
and you take cash out.
Either that way, or you go to Publix and you overpay, or you go to another store and you overpay. So yes, both through that. Yes, of course they would reflect that at times.
Okay, and so those records, if we had them, would show that, correct?
That throughout the course of my life, I took out money.
I was very specific. I said
Yes, during the course of
2020.
that time period, I would have taken money out. Yes,
So do you have a problem with,
I absolutely. Yes.
you don't want the bank records to be made available for the court and the court
I'm
alone?
going to object this to the relevance, and this has already been addressed earlier as it relates to other records. This is an improper line of questioning. He's doing it for the purpose of harassment. Right, Your Honor.
I'm just going to sustain it on relevance. Mr. Sadon, if that's something you want to follow up privately, you can do that.
Last area, briefly.
Yes, sir.
You had contact with Mr. Wade in the year 2020, correct?
Ooh, I had some contact with Mr. Wade.
Would you explain when you say some contact? Please tell us, talking about 2020.
I had some contact with Mr. Wade in 2020. One of the reasons your allegations are so preposterous, or Ms. Merchants that you have joined, is.
Ma'am, I didn't ask you about the allegations. I asked you about your contact. That's all I ask you. Okay, I appreciate that you want to say something, but I'm interested in, did you have contacts with Mr. Wade in 2020? And your answer so far has been yes, correct?
Very limited contact because Mr. Wade had a form of cancer that makes your allegations somewhat ridiculous.
And I do appreciate the
I'm not going to
characterization.
emasculate a black man, but I'm just telling you.
I'm sorry, what?
I'm not going to emasculate a black man.
Here comes the attitude. When she's been emasculating Nathan Wade the whole time, and then she gonna come out talking about I'm not gonna emasculate a black man. I believe Nathan Wade potentially could have had prostate cancer, testicular cancer. That's just my guess. And that's why it's a relatively sensitive topic. But as you guys can see, the attitude is in full effect. Full effect.
That makes your allegations somewhat ridiculous.
And I do appreciate the
I'm not going to
characterization.
emasculate a black man, but I'm just telling you.
I'm sorry, what?
I'm not going to emasculate a black man. Did you understand that?
All
Well, I
right,
don't
let's
think we
get
should
back on
discuss
track.
further.
Mr. Sadon, next question.
Trying to, Your Honor. Would you tell us on the occasions in 2020 that you had contact
You heard that little shot she took? Did you understand that? This is what they do, y'all. This is what they do.
with Mr. Wade?
I'm sorry. I thought I had answered that. Yes, sir. There were times in 2020 I had contact, but 2020 was.
Also, I do want to address this. There is, and people are saying that the dress is on backwards because the zipper is right here in the front. Apparently, this is a dress with zippers on the front and the back, but it does appear to be backwards. But because the collar goes so low, I don't know. It could go low on the back and the front. But, with the seams and all that, it looks like it's on in the front, but I don't know. But apparently there's like a similar dress on Amazon that has zippers in the front and the back. So I just wanted to address that because that is one of the, I'm not going to call it a conspiracy theory, but it's, a conversation floating around in the shadow realm or cyberspace, if you will.
The year I was running for office, it was a year that he was going through some serious medical issues, and I did not have much contact, but I certainly had contact with him in 2020.
Did you go out to eat with him?
Maybe, probably.
Did you visit him in any location, his office, or did he visit you in your office in 2020?
I am sure he I'm sure. Ooh, that's a very good question. I'm sure he came to 750 in 2020.
750 is
was my office.
Okay.
Not often, but maybe once or twice. Maybe I went to his office once or twice, but maybe once.
And the purpose for going to his office would have been what?
Maybe we went to Mellow Mushrooms for pizza, or
They was fucking on the desk. Keep it a buck.
maybe he would have come for lunch. I'm sure we went by each other's office though, but not often, not a lot. We both grinding, trying to make a
But
living.
wait, I understand what you've said about the cancer, and I'm not going into that. But when you were going out with him to restaurants, or when he would come to your office, right? Those were not sterile environments, were they?
Oh, very sterile, because it
The
was
restaurants were sterile environments?
a lot of times we wouldn't eat there. We would pick up something and go in, but they were.
I'm listening to you. You pick up and take it to where?
Maybe eat at our office, but it did not happen much. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. And my office in 2020, nobody was coming in. I was stir crazy, so I would still go into my office. If you remember, when I started this, I said, I am not even sure if we came to each other's offices, but I am trying to be over cautious. So I think I can recall him at 750 a couple of times. I just think I can recall him at 750 once, but let's say twice. I have seen his office. I remember all the awards in the lobby, but I'm not sure in 2020 I went. I'm not even sure I went in 2020 at all. I just want to tell you yes, because I'm not sure. But I have a distinct recollection of him at 750.
So this is a district attorney female district attorney who's supposed to be representing Fulton County, and she can't remember a goddamn thing throughout this whole testimony.
See, I actually don't have a distinct recollection of me at his office in 2020, but maybe I went to his office in 2020. Maybe.
Did you have ongoing phone conversations during 2020 with Mr. Wade?
Oh yeah, I talked to. Yes, absolutely. Yes.
Yes. No question about that.
No question. I talked to him on the phone in 2020.
Definitely some phone sex going on.
I understood, and this is, maybe I was confused. The Belize trip was for
his 50th birthday.
His 50th birthday, and that was in
March. He turned 50 March 18th, 2023. If you look at
Guys, like the video, share the video, subscribe to the channel. Please, guys, help the algorithm and whatnot. If you want to make a donation or contribution, hit the Cash App, hit the PayPal, hit the Super Trap, hit the GoFundMe, hit the Patreon. You can also cop the merch. Guys, we are on the last 30 minutes of this this testimony. So I want to hit a quick interlude, a quick break before we come back. So show your support, show your love for BGZM or Reclaim Your Throne wherever you're watching the stream from, because we've learned so much about Miss Fani Willis and her little fanny that she's been throwing back onto Nathan Wade. So, guys, stay tuned.
What's good, Shadow Realm? It's your boy Jenquavius Jackson, and y'all already know I'm demonetized and shadow banned in this bitch. So if you want to contribute, go to the Cash App, the PayPal, the GoFundMe, or join the Patreon. Also, don't forget to visit the merch store for all your favorite BGZM News 17 gear, including our exclusive Trump is a Blood t-shirt. Go fast before they sell out. They are already flying off the shelves, no cap. And remember, these super gremlins are on demon time.
Days of the trip, I think we were there about 6 days. We stayed at 2 different locations.
And you paid for it?
100%. He said, I paid for the hotel, I paid for the flights, I had a birthday luncheon for him, I paid for massages, I paid for everything.
And would those payments be reflected on your credit card?
Cash.
You paid them in cash?
Cabs. I was telling you all the different things.
I'm asking you whether or not those payments would be reflected on credit card bills of yours.
So there was about $500 that I think is reflected on a debit card. What my recollection is, I took about $400 in cash with me to that.
400 or 4,000?
4,000. But I remember I handed him 2,500, and then the rest was just the money we spent. I probably gave $300 or $400 to this guy who was a taxi driver. He would drive us every day around the 2 or 3 days we went. Took him to eat like it was my trip money.
And you had, to be clear, to end this up, the 4,000 that you've just told us.
But I didn't give it all to him. Remember, I only gave the 2,500 to him.
I didn't ask you that. I was going to ask you that 4,000 is part of my words, cash hoard that you had collected over time.
Cash what?
Hoard, H-O-R-D-E.
Oh, I thought you said something different, sir.
No, I'm afraid I wouldn't say that. Any circumstances
Mm.
or in court.
Back on track.
So let's run it back to see exactly what she thought that he said. She thought he called her out her name, or actually called her what she was, a whore.
I didn't ask you that. I was going to ask you that 4,000 is part of my words, cash hoard that you had collected over time.
Cash what?
Hoard, HORDE.
Oh, I thought you said something different, sir.
So she thought he called her a whore, cash whore, and he said cash hoard, which is the money that she's been stashing from apparently, Kroger and Walmart trips where she gets spare change or cash back from her transactions. She thought that he said cash whore, which, if it don't apply, let it fly. She obviously heard it right in her mind, but that's not exactly what he said. So that is her subconscious feeling the guilt. And honestly, quite frankly, I'm sure that she loves being called a whore, a slut, in the bedroom. So she probably she's looking for people to come down on her and really just call her out for her bullshit. And a lot of women do this where they'll act all defensive, but in reality, in private, behind closed doors, she wants to be called out on her bullshit and on her lies and on her sexual proclivities and lack of sexual discipline. She wants a man to call her a fucking hoe, a slut, a bust down. Okay. All of these things because she feels the guilt in this courtroom. It's bringing up a lot of different emotions in her. And I would go as far as to say that she could potentially be aroused during this conversation, especially if they were to go into detail.
No, I'm afraid I wouldn't say that. Any circumstances to you or in court.
Back on track.
The hoard, cash hoard.
I would not classify it in that way, but I have money at my house. Yes, sir.
And the money, when you had money at your house.
I'm speaking too loosely. I had money wherever I was staying. So I was not referring to my house in 750. I'm saying I had money wherever I was laying my head. Yes, sir. That was my fault that I wasn't clear.
So when you were at what we've said, the Yerti condo, during the time period we've always discussed, that's where you would keep your cash.
When I say there, yes.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Shout out to Main TV with the $4.99 Cash App. I really appreciate your contribution and the contribution of others who have stayed with me throughout this stream. Guys, we've been streaming for almost 4 hours now. So definitely uncharacteristic of the time span that I stream. But I wanted to break down this whole video and also the church interview because I felt the need to. And I thought that it was important to bring in I thought it was important to bring in that speech because of the relevance of this testimony and how they referenced it. Shout out to Romaire Dubois with the $5 Cash App. And he says for 5 months of keeping it concise and entertaining.
Hold on. Hello? Where we at? Oh, you want to know where I'm at? We outside!
All right, I'm going to see if we can get through a few more defense counsel if possible before breaking for today. Mr. Stockton.
Madam District Attorney, I'm Alan Stockton. I don't think we've had the pleasure of meeting.
It's a pleasure to meet you, sir.
Madam DA, you described these various trips, and Mr. Sadal asked you about going to Washington. Did you and Mr. Wade go to New York?
I've gone to New York. I've gone to New York twice since I've been district attorney. I'm trying to think it was 2 or 3 times. I went to do a domestic violence thing there for sure, and I was honored, and I went to the Apollo there. Those are the only 2 trips that come to mind. I went. He was not with me.
You also said that he was a world traveler and had been on many of the continents.
I've been to 6.
Have you been on any of those continents with him? Besides this one?
Where's Belize? What continent is that? I'm not being funny. I don't know.
Let's say, with the
I've been
exception
to
of
Belize with him. I've been to the Bahamas with him. I've been with Aruba with him. Don't embarrass me. I'm not sure what continents those are on. Whatever continents those are, that's where I've been. I'm sure if I gave it some thought, I would tell you. But whatever continents those are, that I've been to those locations, sir.
But not Australia or any other continents.
I don't even want to go to Australia. I do know he took a trip
That's a damn lie. Everybody wants to go down under.
in December to Australia. I have no idea.
That's where the toilet bowls flush counterclockwise. I mean, who wouldn't want to go to Australia?
No, I don't know anything about it.
When Mr. Wade began working with your office,
Yes,
he had two other gentlemen that worked in his firm with him. Is that correct?
yes. Terrence Bradley worked for him, and Chris Campbell worked not for him. They worked with each other.
Did you understand what their partnership arrangement was?
No,
Did he ever make you aware of how fees were divided or anything?
no.
Now, since you have been district attorney, the two gentlemen that worked with Mr. Wade and his firm, they also had contracts with your office. Is that correct?
I probably had.
Well, I don't know if we've covered this in Ms. Willis, but I still don't know what the relevance would be of her testimony to this.
But I've had about 10. Oh, I'm sorry. Do you want me to answer?
Let's
or
figure
no?
this out.
Judge, respectfully, I think based on Mr. Wade's testimony, he had an interest in those contracts.
Sure. And then, but how has that been imputed to Ms. Willis?
I don't know whether or not she knew she was giving him that benefit. That's what I was trying to explore.
Okay. Well, maybe we can start with that question. And then if she doesn't know about it, then the ins and outs of all the contracts wouldn't be quite as relevant.
Just to lay a foundation for that, though, respectfully, I need to.
Go ahead.
The two gentlemen that were in Mr. Wade's office, did they have what I think's been referred to as a taint contract?
So let me be clear, and I may get the names wrong. When I first became DA, the office was not properly staffed. And so I'm surprised any lawyer would take it, but I did a contract for like $60 an hour to help us out with first appearance. That lasted a few months. Okay. So I can't remember if Bradley or Campbell had that. I'm sure we can have records and I can tell you which one, but I just can't remember now. I like their experience. Bradley had been a probation officer and a defense attorney. Campbell had been a police officer and a defense attorney. There's a reason I'm telling you this. Then that contract, like I said, it didn't last long. It was just, I was aggressively hiring. As soon as I got where I felt like I had first appearance, enough lawyers for that, I let them go. Then we had what's called a filter contract, but it was not filter for this particular case. I do have a lawyer who does the filter for this election interference case. When we're talking about filter, the contract they had that neither one of them has any longer, I now have another lawyer that does that for me. It was only for police brutality cases. It's for what I call the, so when I first got to be the DA, I had, the whole unit was called anti-corruption. It dealt with both elections and police brutality cases. I actually took a trip to Houston and visited the district attorney in Houston. They divided their work up, and I thought the way she was doing it was better than me. And so I made a civil rights unit. And so they did what we would classify as civil rights cases. Those are specifically the police brutality cases. When I first took over, I was told Paul had not filtered 5 cases. That was a joke. It ended up being the 101 cases. They weren't filtered, which is why I hired 2 of them. Eventually we got it down enough that it was 1 of them. And then now I still have 1 lawyer that does it, but now I've been able to cut those cases down to like 30.
Can you tell me help me understand what the purpose of the filter is?
Yes, sir. So what a filter is police officers make statements in the line of duty, and you are not allowed as the prosecutor to know what those statements are if they're done in the furtherance of their employment. And in fact, if you know what those statements are, you're basically disqualified from the case. You can't have it anymore. So what our policy is, I think I pay them like a $50 flat fee. They pick the case up directly from the GBI because that's where those cases go to. And then what they are to do is to go through the entire file. So body cam, which is important because sometimes they'll make a statement to their supervisor on body cam, in the police reports where they write things. It would be easy if it was just some statement of the police officer, but what you find out is these statements are embedded in it. And so what your filter lawyer does is they go through it, they either redact it out electronically or they cross it out. And then once it is crossed out, then they provide it to my team and then we're able to look at it. That was not being done appropriately when I became district attorney. I thought that it had only been, so Mr. Howard had some Chinese wall thing that I didn't think worked at all, where allegedly those cases were properly redacted. That ended up being a joke. And so the 5 cases really turned into, I'm not going to say all 101, but a vast majority. That is the work that Mr. Bradley and Mr. Campbell did for me. They did a really good job. All of those cases that we originally came with, they're done. Those cases they're not just done for Mr. Bradley and Mr. Campbell, they're done through my office. But obviously life is not stagnant. There have been new police cases. I do have a lawyer that is doing that work now. That doesn't work for me. That's same kind of deal. I have another lawyer that does filtering for this case, completely separate.
So in the same private office, you had a filter contract, then you had somebody else handling first appearances and so forth, and then you had a special prosecutor. Is that correct?
I'm just not. Ultimately, the answer to your question is yes, but I'm not sure that they did it at the same time. The first appearance contract was either $60 or $90. I don't know really how I convinced them to be able to take that, but I think because it was for such a short amount of time. And then I think I pay my filter lawyers, which I still don't know how I get away with, about $150 an hour. And I want you to understand, the AG pays special prosecutors $1,000 an hour. So I'm a tough negotiator. Paul was paying people up to $375 an hour. I won't pay anyone more than $250 is my max. I have a lot of lawyers that for what I have that work at $250, and I cap them every month. You can't go past a certain amount of hours.
Would you agree that if Mr. Wade and the two other gentlemen that were in his firm were splitting fees in equal thirds, would you agree that he would benefit from the tank contract and also from the other first appearance contract?
I would agree he would make money. Yeah, so to me, money is a benefit.
Just how it got.
Shout out to Chris R with the $10 Cash App. He says, thank you, BGZM. Hope to see you on ACT Nation News.
Hold on. Hello? Where we at? Oh, you want to know where I'm at? We outside!
Mr. Durham, if you're still with us on Zoom.
No question, John.
Mr. McDougald.
I do have a couple, Your Honor, but it's a little awkward from back here. Do you want me?
Yeah, why don't you go ahead and make your way up.
Good afternoon, Ms. Willis. How you doing?
I'm very well. How are you, Mr. McDougall? I think this is our first in-person meeting, correct? Second. Well, I apologize for not remembering you more clear.
That's quite all right. I'm referring now to exhibit number 21.
Yes, sir.
Which was your financial disclosure form for 2022.
Yes, sir.
And it has a question which requires you to disclose any gifts or favors from a single prohibited source in the aggregate amount of $100 or more. Do you see that?
I don't, but I believe you.
It would be on page 2 in the middle, paragraph number 3.
Yes.
And what is your understanding of a prohibited source for purposes of this form?
I believe there's some classification of somebody you like don't have a personal relationship with that gives you $100.
All right, if you look under there at subparagraph 2, Romanet 2, it defines it as someone that you know or should know is seeking to do or is doing business with the county, correct?
Yes, but yes.
That includes Mr. Wade as of the date you filled out this form, correct?
Yes, but he never gave me a gift of $100 or more. The only thing that I would say maybe went over that, but I don't think it ever did, is if we went to dinner and my meal was $100, but I don't think I've ever eaten $100 worth of food at a restaurant, because I would not pay him back if we went to lunch or went to dinner. But trips I paid him back for. I never thought about the money until y'all brought it up. And I would be less than honest. It says I was giving him the money back because I was the district attorney. I didn't take gifts from him for a lot of personal reasons. Anyway, I did not take gifts from him.
And so your reason for not disclosing any gifts from Mr. Wade on exhibit number 21 is that the aggregate amount on a net basis was less than $100 in the year 2022. Is that correct?
I did not accept a gift of him of more than $100 in 2022. The one exception to that, because I want us to be clear, is we probably went out to eat multiple times in the year. If you're considering eating a meal, because we went out multiple times, that probably went to the level of more than $100. But if we're doing tit for tat like that, I probably paid for as many meals as he paid for. And so I did not receive any gifts from him.
The question on the form,
I understand the question.
Aggregate in excess of $100, and your testimony is that you did not receive in the aggregate more than $100.
All right, Mr. Gould, you can sit down now.
I don't believe she answered that question, Your Honor. She answered as to specific individual gifts.
And you're not listening to my answer either, so we're done.
Very well.
Damn.
Mr. Rice.
Go for the question.
Mr. Keelan.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
A few questions here. I want to, you saw the book here, Find Me the Votes. That was shown you, correct?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would like to tender this as an exhibit, number 22.
Is that your copy?
It is.
All right. What exhibit is that going to be?
22.
All right.
I'm making the
is that
evidentiary contribution here.
Yeah, shout out to AK. He says the judge is BS. Yeah, the judge really is BS. Like it appears that he really wants Fani. It appears he wants her to be vindicated from this, you know, just the way that he's shutting down all of the line of questioning. I don't know. It sounds like he's simping.
Do this now.
Well, I guess you're tendering it. Is it with position of the state?
I'm going to object to the relevance at this point. There's no relevance at this point.
Mr. Young, are you using this to confront the prior statement?
Yes, Your Honor. And statements that she made concerning her financial situation and laying the foundation for that, and that she gave these interviews to the authors. And so this would document that, and we ask her, get this in the record, ask her questions about it.
Well, we could mark it for impeachment purposes. I'm a little wary of entering an entire 300-page book because I don't know exactly what every single line, if it would pass hearsay or relevance or et cetera, et cetera. But I don't think it needs to be admitted as an actual evidence for the record for you to do what you need to do with it. So,
well, Your Honor, I understand. I just would.
It's marked as Exhibit 22, and we'll move from there.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, you were asked a little bit about this book before, correct?
I think Mrs. Merchant.
Ms. Merchant did.
Asked me some questions, yes.
And you gave about 6 interviews to the authors of this book in the sit down?
No, sir.
You didn't?
No.
Was it?
She answered how many interviews she gave in her opinion.
How many, in your opinion, do you believe you gave, and how long did they last?
2 to 3, maybe 20, 30 minutes.
So your testimony is that most, you think that you gave maybe an hour to an hour and a half's interview to the authors of this book?
Oh, you mean in total?
In total, yeah.
Maybe, yeah. Anywhere between, definitely not more than 2-ish hours.
Okay, but you also were telling when they were the title of the book, of course, is A Hard-Charging Georgia Prosecutor, a Rogue President, and the Plot to Steal American Election. You've seen that.
Why is the title of the book relevant, sir?
And I had no.
I'm going to ask her whether or not that was the.
Shout out to Caesar D with the $2 PayPal. He says it's sad that many of the black talking heads on mainstream media television are defending this woman. Exactly.
Hold on. Hello? Where we at? Oh, you want to know where I'm at? We outside!
The theme that they gave her when they talked with her.
What the thing gave her? What do you mean by that?
Well, because they were sat down and they told her why they were there to interview her.
And why does that matter?
Well, I think it matters because it shows, but they want her to give her version of what her life story is. This is almost a life story of her. So that's why it's relevant. But if the court thinks it's not, then
No, it could be relevant to your issue of the forensic misconduct that has been alleged and maybe some of the motives at play when it comes to forensic misconduct. But I'm not seeing, again, what we're here for today was the relationship and or any financial elements of it.
correct. Well, I think it's clearly relevant to the forensic misconduct, also relevant to personal interest in terms of the finances. I
didn't make 10 cents off that book.
Pardon me?
I didn't make 10 cents off that book.
I didn't ask whether you made any money.
Okay, I just
didn't ask whether you made any money.
Do you have any other statements that she hadn't already been confronted with by Ms. Merchant?
Well, other than I want to focus on when you were telling them about your financial straits and you were living kind of month to month, that is what your financial status was back in 2018 after your election.
Mr. Brown, we covered that at length. And if you're at the end of the line, I'm sorry about that, but we've got to find new ground.
Well, let me move on to my point here. So the point is that what you're telling us is that you were in financial straits, but really.
Shout out to Miss Barry for the $5 Cash App.
Oh, say less.
She sent an emoji. So I believe is this an Aries emoji? Yeah, I think that's the Aries emoji. So shout out to Miss Barry. Appreciate your contribution.
That your testimony today is you had a cash hoard of maybe up to $10,000 in cash where you laid your head at night so that you would dip out and there would be no record of it, correct?
That's not what I'm telling you, sir. That's not at all what I'm telling you. What I'm telling you is that throughout the course of my life, I have always kept cash in my house. That cash has ranged from times, my father would probably be ashamed of this because he'd say it should be more. But that cash at times has ranged from $500 to maybe $9,000. And he would be like, that is not what I told you to do. I've always had that amount of money. What I've told you is that when I travel, you do better negotiating when you travel. If you have cash, you go to get the cab. They say, oh, we're going to charge you $300 for the day. Well, I got American cash. Will you take it for $150? And so it's my practice to take money when I travel. We're not talking
Who the hell is charging $300 for a taxi cab in a third world country? It's crazy.
a whole lot of money. We're going to the Bahamas. $1,500 in cash is in my pocket, or at the most $2,500. Belize was actually probably the most money I've ever taken, and it was taken because it was a big deal. My 50th birthday sucked. His 50th birthday, it sucked. It was terrible. No,
John,
and
I'd
so
like to get back to some questions here.
I'm trying to answer it.
Sympathy, trying to get the sympathy.
So let's move to the specific yes or no's here. Have you told us today that you would keep a cash hoard in your residence up to about $9,000? Yes or no?
And throughout the course of my adult life. And so let's even be more specific than that. Probably from the time.
Your Honor, I'm only asking for yes or no rather than.
And we have already covered this. So I
yeah, but I'm trying to.
I know you're laying the foundation, but it's already been laid. So
the filibuster is here. I'm trying to move through the filibuster.
Yeah, but we're not talking about a lot of, and so it could be 2,000, it could be 1,500, it could be 7,500. It just depends on what you're doing at that time. What I'm telling you is when I traveled, I took cash. I find that when you travel, especially to foreign countries, the American dollar does well, and it's good to have cash. You can negotiate with the taxi driver, with the jet skis, and it's not a lot of money we're talking about.
Honor,
okay, understood, Ms. Willis. Let's get to a question, Mr. Gill.
And so you have cash in your house, but you had a lien, a tax lien on your property. Is that right?
I don't believe I had a tax lien on my property.
You have a tax lien on your property.
You got to talk about it, Mr. Okay, we already covered that, Mr. Yellen. I need new ground here.
I'm asking the question. I'm trying to figure out how someone can have a tax lien.
Then ask that question.
But not use the money that they allegedly said they have.
Well, I think Ms. Merchant asked that exact same question. She said you didn't use the money to pay your tax lien. So what's your question that's new?
So I was going to build on that to say.
No more building. It's already built.
All right.
It's the same way you pay a bill.
So just put the top on it if you need to, okay?
It's the same way you owe a bill and go shopping.
Well, now, have you ever used, did you say earlier that you used Cash App?
When I would pay Rob and Brian, I use Cash App.
What is Cash App for the record?
I don't know that for the record. Let's keep going.
Well, so
yeah, this judge is shutting down all of this cross exam right here. He's shutting this guy down.
If you're paying Robin with Cash App, why aren't you allegedly paying Mr.
There's no alleged here.
Why aren't you paying allegedly Mr. Wade with Cash App?
I don't think Mr. Wade does Cash App.
Do you ask him?
I think he's told me he doesn't do Cash App.
Okay, so that's the reason why you didn't use Cash App.
He's sitting next to me. I hand him the money.
Because there would be a record in Cash App of your making payments, correct?
Yes, but I didn't think that I was making a record in a personal relationship.
Because when you're filing your, and I know that I'm going to move into this financial statement here. You were asked just a second ago about your non-disclosure form, or your disclosure form of an Exhibit 21, where we agree that Mr. Wade is a prohibited source, correct?
What I agree to is I don't believe he's giving me gifts. You would like to classify these trips as gifts, but I've always paid my fair share on these trips, so I did not look at them as gifts. I don't think that what this is disclosing, and they can tell me if they mean something different. I don't think it means that if you go to dinner with somebody over the course of a year and it gets to 100, you're supposed to report it. If my understanding of that is wrong, I've probably been to lunches with a couple of people that over the course of a year, they paid, I paid.
Prohibited source means.
We already went over this, Mr. Gillen. Mr. McDougal.
Well, Your Honor, I have to lay the foundation here before I can follow up with my next question.
I don't know why you have to.
Well,
the questions have been made.
Then your 2022 disclosure form did not list any of the thousands and thousands of dollars that Mr. Wade paid for on trips that you were on. Isn't that correct?
That's because Mr. Wade was paid that money back, or he was paid due to the fact that I bought the plane ticket or I paid for the hotel. There were never money that he gave me. That wasn't the nature of our relationship. There's so many men, and Mr. Wade is one of them, where the nature of the relationship is they're just paying a woman. The nature of our relationship is companionship and friendship. Despite the way people would like to paint certain women, it's just not true.
Final question. And not a single solitary documentary piece of evidence showing that you have withdrawn the cash to pay back.
That's not accurate.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. McCullough, on behalf of Mr. Floyd. All right, Mr. Cromwell, on behalf of Ms. Latham.
Great thing about coming last is one of your questions. I had one question, Ms. Willis. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
in the time period between February of 2021 and January of 2022, while you were staying at the Yurdi condo, did your father ever come and visit you during that time period at the Yurdi condo?
He did not.
That's all I have. Thank you, Your Honor.
There you have it. We broke down the whole testimony. That was highly entertaining. She put her foot in her mouth so many different times and put Nathan Wade's D in her mouth so many different times. But I just want to revisit some of the Black community's sentiment on this. Let's go to the neighborhood talk, and then let's go to spiritual word. Man, the Black community is straight defending Fani Willis actions. Although her actions are completely indefensible. So let me see. I don't know if they have a post about it on the spiritual word, but we do have the neighborhood talk, so we'll get into that really quickly. We have one Black woman who says, rather y'all want to admit it or not, sis is dead wrong for her actions. She hired a man that she has been intimate with while he was still married, gave him a position that he lacks qualifications for, and gave him a salary extremely higher than those with the same title, $650,000. Keep in mind that his salary is paid for with taxpayer dollars. His salary is more than 3 times her salary. So why you think, or what do you think that means? If y'all are hip enough, then you know where I'm going with this, right? Somebody says, as our good cis needy leaks would say, close your legs to married men. Yeah, it does. The broad is compromised. She met with Biden administration and he was unqualified for the job. Keep making excuses for bad behavior. Stop parroting the Trump camp rhetoric. His wife cheated on him and they weren't together anymore. She's jealous of Fani since her man left her. She created this whole saga. The ex-wife is no saint, and studies show that the man was paid what an average counsel gets paid in same circumstances. He was a lead prosecutor. Yeah, I don't agree with that. God gave Black women. Okay, so we read that one before. So this is just the sentiment from the community, which we've already gone over beforehand. Here's what Ply says. Ply says, I want Fani to free Thug, but outside of that, I gotta see about Fani Willis. Hard eyes. Ain't never been this turned on in my life. I know she smell good too. Talk that talk to me, Fani. You ain't gonna pay me. I'm gonna pay you. I know Fani wet. I mean that in the most respectful way. So how is this respectful when you're talking about a sitting district attorney who is literally on trial defending her little wet? Like, what the fuck, Plies? This guy is a fucking idiot. She definitely talked her shit and cleared the record on the stand today. Reducing an accomplished and well-educated woman to her wet is disrespectful as fuck. That's a fact. Fani stood on business today. I'm still mad at her for giving them something to talk about, but she held her own. She don't take no shit. I like that. Lord, ain't no D worth my career. I see criminal charges coming against her for those vacations he paid for on his company credit card, and Fani girl reimbursed him in cash. Fani said they got her effed up. She cleared the room today. Fani eating her up. Baby, she on her head top, standing on business. She's so unserious. Brittany, come get him, child. Y'all heard what the fuck she said. No matter how hard y'all act like y'all can't hear her. They really pissed her the fuck off. She's not on trial, but her character is. Plies, Fani, Angela Valdez Willis don't want you, boy. She's not on trial, LOL, and she checked that lady. So this is what, I mean, we can't even do the right thing. We can't do the right thing at all. This is extremely embarrassing for the Black community, and we should be holding her accountable, but instead we're playing the race card and saying, ooh, she ate that up. Ooh, honey, she ain't playing. Ooh, honey, she ain't gonna let them white folks talk to her like that. Not in this house. She owned that courtroom, okay? It's ridiculous, and it needs to stop. Anyways, you already know what it is. It is your boy, the Black Gen Z Mindset, a.k.a. BGZM News 17, a.k.a. Jenquavius Jackson. Make sure you like, comment, share, subscribe. comment immediately after the video your thoughts, your opinions, if you agree with Fani, if you think she's innocent, if you don't agree with her, if you think she's guilty. Also, give me your opinion on the prosecutors and the judges or the attorneys who were cross-examining her. Give an opinion on her defense, you know, and the objections that he gave. And you can also cop the merch. Okay, guys, we got plenty of merch. We got Trump is a Blood t-shirts. We got BGZM News merch for men and women. We also have neck gaiters, which could double as Pooh Shiesty mask. So make sure you show your support in the merch store. I really want to start seeing people in the BGZM News merch. But with that being said, I appreciate everybody who joined the stream. We're going to send it off to Jenquavius to take us away. Appreciate it, guys. Make sure you are safe and have a great rest of your weekend. Peace.
What's good, Shadow Realm? It's your boy Jenquavius Jackson, and y'all already know I'm demonetized and shadow banned in this bitch. So if you want to contribute, go to the Cash App, the PayPal, the GoFundMe, or join the Patreon. Also, don't forget to visit the merch store for all your favorite BGZM News 17 gear, including our exclusive Trump is a Blood t-shirt. Go fast before they sell out. They are already flying off the shelves, no cap. And remember, these super gremlins are on demon time.
I'm here on the corner of MLK and Medgar Evers, and it's a very tranquil scene compared to just a couple hours ago where a drive-by shooting just took place. Excuse me, I'm getting live updates as we speak. I've just been updated to the amount of casualties from this drive-by shooting, and I'm getting reports that 2 people were actually declared deceased and 27 others were shot and injured but are in stable condition. And although we must pray for the families of the fallen, we must also praise God for the aim of the super gremlin. If you want to know more about the victims of this crime, make sure you add BGZM News 17 on Patreon at www.patreon.com/blackgenzmindset. Also, don't forget to like the video, share the video, subscribe to the YouTube channel, and comment on the video to continue the discussion on how we can find solutions to all this gun violence in the streets. For more hard-hitting news coverage from the community, by the community, I'm Jenquavius Jackson, here live, reporting from Atlanta, Georgia, BGZM News 17.
And cut.
All right, dog. Let's get the out of here before these niggas come back.
Whoa. Yo. Ain't that nigga J?
Nah, that ain't me. That ain't me.
He just went live.
That ain't
with
me.
Funky ass
That's
that nigga.
That's not me.
Hey, get that nigga.
Jenquavius Jackson, here live, reporting from Atlanta, Georgia. Pray for me.
Gang violence and other kind of violence.
Get away! I could be at work, at school, in my car, and I can still get shot by the police. I can get shot anywhere.
So it is what it is.